Blood Hunt, Book 2 in the Queen's Wraith series. Written by G.K. Lund. Chapter 1. The metallic scent of blood was weaker near the shimmer. Nadia Navarra stared up at the wall, the jagged border that rose at the end of the shade, closing in the cavern which hosted the city of Agartha. The shimmering magic that was the gateway between worlds flowed on the rocks here and there, silver and green, not necessarily leading travelers to the same place. Every rift in this veil led where it needed to go, to one of the 8 connected realms. Nadia drew a deep breath but sensed nothing new. She could even spot a few droplets of blood on the bedrock in front of her, but it had long ago dried and was barely giving off any scent. But even a half-breed werewolf was attuned to the smell of blood. Nadia's target had used the gateway in front of her, a flowing opening in the veil, the magic ever moving. She wondered where it led. She couldn't remember ever having used it before. In the grand scheme of things, it probably didn't matter. As one of the Queen's Wraiths, she was trained to survive in all the other realms. Movement far down to her left caught her attention. The light inside the shade, the slowly expanding borderland between the city of Agartha and the Vale, was dingy at best, and not much affected by light or dark over in the city. Nadia had no trouble seeing the forms of travelers who all seemed to walk out of the cavern wall over there. All in all, 7 travelers emerged, all of them looking confused, and then, moments later, horrified. The shade would do that to a person. The noises, the whispers, the unnatural light. It all grated on people and could lead them to madness if they remained inside the shade too long. As a wraith, Nadia had been trained from childhood to withstand the lurking horrors of it. Pushing the intrusion of the shade to the back of her mind had become second nature, and she hardly thought about doing so now while she watched the travelers. She considered going over there and helping them, but dismissed it. She was tracking a vampire, and she'd seen a group of shield wraiths not far from there. They would surely find and help the newcomers. Nadia turned and watched the shimmer dancing like water against the rock wall. Then she simply stepped forward and walked through it. A mere second later, she emerged on the other side, and bright sunshine stung her eyes. The earthy scents of trees alerted her before she could adjust her vision, so she felt little surprise at standing in a forest. It was quiet except for chirping birds and the soft rustle of the canopies overhead. Nadia remained still, both listening for the telltale signs of anyone nearby and enjoying the moment. Except for a few trees in the artificial farmlands and some ornamental ones in the streets, forests were non-existent in the underground city she lived in. This part of stepping through the veil so often was a benefit of belonging to one of the 2 Queen's guards. She had no time to lose, though. At once, she understood she was somewhere Earthside. Her enhanced senses were suppressed, and this only happened in the one realm where magic ruled no more. Still, Nadia had been taught well, and didn't need to rely on her werewolf half to protect herself or Agartha. Many of the wraiths were fully human, and they all needed the proper skills to take down the occasional supernatural target. Mostly it was about what was in their head. The blood droplets were present even here. She'd noticed them inside the shade recently. They had led out of the shade, the blood nearer the city fresher than the ones she followed now, yet not fresh enough to have been left here today. Someone had come through the veil from this side and entered the city, blood dripping off them. She'd been on her way back from another case when she'd chanced upon the trail. Since none of the shields at the border checkpoint had heard or seen anything, she'd decided to check it out. The trail, oddly sloppy, led her through the woods and to an opening in the landscape which revealed a town below. Nadia frowned. Earthsiders hardly knew of the Vale and the possibilities it presented. One needed to know exactly where an entrance was to be able to travel through it, and many of them were hidden and needed magic to open them. One could search for a lifetime unless one knew exactly where to look. It also helped to be magically inclined to sense them, but since magic was extinct, or nearly so Earthside, few here were. The only reason the veil even connected to Earth still was believed to be because it was not of the Earth. Nadia walked toward the town and made a brief stop before leaving the forest. There she unbuckled her sword and hid it. She buttoned up her long black coat to conceal her knife and dagger, too. Earthsiders weren't used to swords anymore and tended to get worried when faced with the smaller blades. Since Agartha was an underground city, it relied heavily on trade with other realms, including Earth, and though her clothes had a fairly similar cut to the ones here, the dark colors often made her stand out a bit. Still, it was how the Wraiths dressed, and it helped with staying hidden inside the shade. Nadia reached the town, and there, near the sign that told her where she was, sort of, the blood trail ended, or started when considering the direction the culprit had gone. She glanced at the friendly sign which told her she was in Fallen Oaks, population 24,179. Nadia gave a mental shrug. That only told her she was in an English-speaking country in this realm. Not much else. It also informed her she was likely far from her daughter, who lived Earthside. This new case had not accidentally brought her closer to Nell, but that was maybe for the best with the girl's werevamp hybrid father on the loose in Agartha. It was Nadia's worst fear that he should find the child. Much like she did the manipulations of the shade, she pushed those thoughts away. She had a job to do. So, she walked into the town proper to have a look. It was like many Earthside towns and cities she'd seen before. Quaint little shops and eateries made up the town center, people milled about enjoying the fine weather, and cars drove past at a slow speed. They were smaller and sleeker here than the ones designed and produced in Agartha, and unlike at home, everyone seemed to have one here. The buildings weren't as high as in Agartha either. While being an underground city with limits to expansion, Agarthans had chosen to build up, while here in Fallen Oaks, the houses were no more than 3 stories. Nadia headed for a small newsstand on one street corner and peeked at the newspapers, which few seemed to buy. According to her brother Nikolai, who lived Earthside, many people used their phones for this kind of thing now. But having a look told her she was in a country called Canada, and that it was well into spring. She was very far away from Nikolai and Nell then. She wandered around for an hour or so, but saw nothing of interest regarding the blood trail. Nothing weird was reported in the local newspaper either. This was a normal town with a school and small hospital, police, firefighters, shops, and a larger school on the outskirts of town. It was as normal could be in this realm. Not much wiser, but at least aware of the place as a possible connection, she made her way back to the Vale, picking up her sword on her way. The shimmer hovered in front of the bedrock outcrop where she'd passed through, hidden among uneven boulders of rock. It looked faint here, but Nadia had no trouble spotting it since she knew what she was looking for. Most people didn't and would never find it. So, who had gone through here? It had happened recently. These questions would not be answered by standing around, no matter how soothing the forest was that day. Nadia climbed to reach it and went through the shimmer back home. The shade intruded upon her senses at once, but she was used to this and forced it back where it belonged. Her sense of smell, hearing, and vision multiplied at once, and she could feel her body strengthening too. The added strength, agility, and healing abilities of a half-breed werewolf was a welcome trait despite the fact that she'd been trained to make do without them. Now she felt like herself again, and she had a job to do. She began walking in the direction of the city. Agartha awaited in the distance with its tall and dark buildings. She could see it was daylight over there, the grand and magical sky mirroring the true weather up on the surface. She did, however, not get far before something caught her attention. There was movement straight ahead. Nadia stopped and stood stock still while she peered in the direction she thought she'd seen something. The shade was a barren wasteland, engulfing a few centimeters of the city each year, but there were many things inside it. Most notably, the broken and ruined houses of citizens who had once lived here. Nadia thought she saw someone move near one of these. Strange. But then strange was normal in this place. No wraith would hide like that. Nadia stood in the open, dressed like a wraith, and if one of her fellow guards was there, he or she would make themselves known. If it was someone who wanted to stay away from the wraiths, why was the person lingering over there? Nadia frowned and glanced over her shoulder. The gateway. It shimmered behind her. Had the person been on their way to use it? Interesting. She tried inhaling any scent, but the person was too far away for that. She could see half a face peeking around the corner of the ruin, though. Whoever it was afraid of her, but reluctant to leave. It was this particular gateway, then. She suspected she was hunting a vampire. Why else the long trail of blood? Was this the one? They weren't known for being shy, exactly. Very strange indeed. She took a tentative step forward, her eyes on the place she knew the creature hid. That's when he bolted. Nadia pressed her lips together in disappointment and ran after him. She could see him more or less clearly now when he was out in the open, sprinting like mad to get away from her. But Nadia was quick, too. She ran in a straight line, pumping her arms, eyes on the man, focused on nothing but catching him. She couldn't see his face, but thought him a young man with dark, curly hair, lean build, and normal clothes, shirt and pants. His speed, and especially the head start he had on her, made him hard to catch. But he'd been itching to go through the veil, through the same gateway she had used. If he was a vampire, then he was trapped. He couldn't leave the shade with the sun shining out in the city. As far as she knew, even being in here bothered the bloodsuckers, because the sunshine would penetrate the shade a little. And a little was enough. She saw him draw near one of the border checkpoints, and she drew a deeper breath than she needed to keep her speed up. She let out a high and quick whistle, alerting her fellow wraiths over there. But the runner was quick. He ducked the first blow of the shield who was closest. She could see the dark silhouettes of the other wraiths, one of them flying through the air from a powerful and desperate shove from the runner. No human could pull that off. He had to be a vampire, then. She could pick no particular scent from him while following him other than soap. Hemp soap, she thought. The smell of blood was not on him. But the supranormal strength said it all. That was until he broke through the checkpoint, the wraiths scrambling into position too late, and the vampire ran straight into the city. What? Nadia mumbled and slowed down. He was too far ahead, and there were too many places to hide in the city, too many people who smelled of soap to track him. But that was not what concerned her most at the moment. No, it was the fact that the vampire was running in sunlight without succumbing to it by falling and burning to a cinder. That wasn't possible. Chapter 2. Life went on as usual inside the cube when Nadia returned after speaking to a group of bewildered shield wraiths. Like her, they thought the man had to be a vampire. His strength and speed had been too great for him to be a regular human, but they had also witnessed him run into the sunlight, not away from it. It was a mystery, but one Nadia was sure they simply didn't see the answer to yet. It was likely there if she snooped around a bit. It had to be. The wraiths who were in the common area of the cube mingled and went about their business. The common area comprised 2 connected halls with lots of benches and sofas amidst a few columns. Nadia noticed her friend Victoria was among the few non-wraith people in there, but while she was busy chatting to some other old friends, Nadia went ahead with reporting her curious case. She glanced toward the massive stairs which led down to the library. If ever there was a case where she needed a chronicler, this was it. But she liked the new one, and with her recent skirmishes with Darrow, also known in Agartha under the name Tracandis, she didn't want to risk him knowing she had any friends at all. It was too late to distance herself from Victoria. They had been friends when Darrow was still only a werewolf. But the new chronicler, Harmiston, did not have to end up among the people Darrow threatened. No, it was best to stay away from him. She could register her discovery at the front desk. It would alert the specters to her being busy so they wouldn't assign her a new case. Whatever the vampire was or wasn't, likely wasn't in this particular case, was something she'd have to figure out on her own. Nadia. A familiar voice hailed her, and she turned to see Atherton Tangier, another shadow wraith like her. Unlike her, he was fully human and had only a smidgen of mage abilities in his blood. It let him sense magical power with more ease than most, but that was about it. He was a highly skilled wraith, though, which mattered more among them. "Can I talk to you?" he asked and came close. Atherton was a tall man with darkish brown hair, a slightly lighter hue than Nadia's own. Like her, he was dressed in the dark garb of the Wraiths, but armed with 2 short swords on his back. "Of course," she told him, and nodded toward the nearest wall where they could talk in peace without standing in the middle of all the moving Wraiths. "I've been given the Tracandis case," he told her, his face as blank as when they ate breakfast together up in the mess hall. Showing great emotion had never helped any Wraith, especially inside the shade. But the Tracandis case? That was a great honor for Atherton, for one thing, but also a problem for Nadia. At 28, Atherton had been a bolt wraith with her for years, and therefore positioned to have known about her then-boyfriend, Darrow, now known as Tracandis, the one whose mind was like a broken mosaic. "That is a great honor," she told Atherton, and meant it. Only the most qualified shadow would be sent after the monster that was Darrow. It meant the specters appreciated how far Atherton had come. "How can I help?" She was duty-bound to do so. They were not only sworn to protect the Queen City, but also to aid and trust each other. It didn't matter that she didn't like where this was going, especially since she knew the odds were good she'd have to lie. "Yes, well..." Atherton nodded to himself a moment, and then got right to it. "I've been reading up on what we've got on him. I remember when he surfaced 9 years ago, and then he just disappeared. I'm trying to make sense of this creature." "And?" "You knew him. I think I remember that correctly. You're mentioned as a childhood friend in his file." "That was all?" Seemed the Wraith leaders hadn't gotten that quite correct. "But I seem to remember it was more than that." "He was my boyfriend," Nadia acknowledged. There was no point in hiding it because it hadn't been a secret. What was a secret was the pregnancy it had resulted in, and the child neither Darrow nor the Wraiths could ever know about. "And he was a full-blood?" Nadia nodded. "Not all full-bloods look down on us half-breeds, and his mother raised him right. Nilafar would never have stood for such a thing had Darrow seen Nadia as anything but an equal. Besides," she went on, "just because full-bloods value their purebred status and look down on others, that doesn't mean half-breeds are shunned." Atherton nodded his agreement. As a wraith, he wasn't unfamiliar with werewolf customs and attitudes, but since he'd asked, she wanted to set the record straight. "I don't think I can tell you much, but I will help if I can." "Is he likely to contact you, do you think?" Nadia smiled, tight-lipped like wraiths were wont to do. "Hardly. It was over between us before he was turned. I haven't seen him in over 9 years either." "You don't think he's sentimental? Over a teenage romance?" She shook her head. I couldn't guess at what goes on inside the head of someone so fractured by 2 forces. 3 if you count his human side. No, I don't think so. What about his mother? Nadia considered it. I don't know. She's an authority among the wares in Calmont Hollow, but I haven't heard any rumors of him trying to return there. Which was true. He was, in fact, recruiting to his own group now, werewolves who would follow a were-vamp hybrid. It was unheard of. But the way she'd found that out meant she'd have to confess to seeing too much of Darrow after his return. No one could ever know how deep her connection to Tricandis ran. That would risk the safety of her daughter. Neither have I, Atherton shared, but he has been spotted in the city many times now, and there have been killings. Killings? Admittedly, I haven't had many cases in the city lately and have been mostly in the shade. Who is he killing? And are you sure? Wares and vamps. I'm mostly sure. The damage done to the bodies requires a lot of strength. If we didn't have such an unusual hybrid roaming the city, I'd say it was overkill. To him, it's likely normal kills. Right. Nadia noticed Victoria across the hall trying to make eye contact. She looked antsy, but Nadia could only raise her index finger. This wasn't a conversation she could leave too fast. She could not afford to look suspicious in any way. Be careful out there, she added to Atherton. He was a danger 9 years ago. I can only imagine how it is now. How what is? Corin, a shield wraith, broke in as she joined them. The red-headed woman offered a polite smile in greeting. How Tricandis is an even greater danger now than 9 years ago, Atherton told her. Nadia cringed on the inside. 2 people were too many people talking about her past. Corinne was a couple of years younger than Nadia, and she didn't know what the woman remembered. How do you know he's more dangerous now? Oh, I forgot. You used to know him, didn't you? Corinne asked. So that was how much she remembered, and it was too much. All I'm saying, Nadia looked to Atherton to hammer her point in, is that he has survived this long. The turning drove him insane. I can only assume he didn't get worse. How would he have survived? Good point, the shadow said, mulling this over. I'll remember that. Nadia truly hoped he would. She had no illusions about Darrow's state of mind. She'd spent a little time with him a few weeks ago when he'd returned to the city. She believed he was better than he had been, but he was unstable and dangerous nonetheless. Atherton had been tasked with hunting him down, and if he was going to succeed, he could not be stupid or ignorant about this. Seems to be the day for impossible cases, Corin said. I heard you got a daywalker, she said to Nadia. That's even more of a myth than a werevamp hybrid. Well, the latter isn't a myth. And I honestly don't know what creature my case is. It's more interesting than one of the travelers we came across inside the shade today. He wet himself when experiencing our welcoming borderland, though. So, there was that. He wasn't the first, and he wouldn't be the last, Nadia thought and saw Victoria waving at this point. Since the conversation was steering away from Darrow, she figured she could get away. But before she could do so, Spectre Terrace approached. Avoiding him was not an option. Nadia, a word, he said, and waved her over. Nadia sent a look of apology to Victoria, whose shoulders slumped at this new interruption. What in the realms was bothering her? She looked unusually pale in her dark green dress, and it wasn't the color doing it. I just checked the docket, Terrace said. The blonde half-elf looked serene and serious as always. Why do you say vampire? He went on, getting straight to it. She'd already said what she knew to the bolt manning the front desk, so Terrace knew what had been reported. Can't be sure, Spectre, she said truthfully. Since this didn't involve Darrow, she didn't need to weigh her words and consider every single one of them. This was simply normal in a Shadow Wraith's day. Nothing to hide here, thankfully. Terrace was unusually difficult to read, even for a wraith, and she sometimes wondered if he was onto her. She'd had to settle on him not knowing anything years ago. If he did, she would have been kicked out at once. I spotted the trail of blood when on my way back from the were-panther case, so I followed them toward the wall and the veil. Someone came through. I'm not sure if he went both ways, but I know he came from Earthside, a small town there, and I believe he brought a victim back here. But he returned to the veil? Terrace frowned. I suppose the shade has made lesser creatures do more foolish things. He might see the Earthsiders as easy prey. I don't think their local police can handle this. They don't know about the shimmer in their forest. And the sun resistance? Can't explain that one yet. Maybe he's not a vamp? Some other powerful creature with a taste for blood? Could be, but it would be best to check with Nightworth, just to be sure. Nadia cocked her head a little. You want me to talk to the vamps? Nightworth was their preferred dwelling in Agartha. It was a block of houses full of the vampires who followed their leader, Azierad Neris. Most found it best to stick to him. The few who didn't lived dangerous and often short lives. Undead lives, as it were. It wasn't a place Nadia liked to go. No wraith did. Find out if they are missing someone. They are bound to if it's one of theirs. Neris benefits from being on the Queen's good side. All of his kind does. If he's smart, he'll assist you. There was no arguing with that, but vampires were cunning and unpredictable, despite living in the city at the Queen's mercy. Very well, she told Terrace. I'll go see him tonight when he wakes. Good. And Nadia? He added, and stopped moving away when something struck him. Solve this fast. With Tracandis scaring citizens all over the city, we don't need rumors of a daywalker stirring up more fear. Nadia nodded. Of course, Spectre. He stepped away, or glided elegantly more like it, like the elf he was, and Nadia turned back toward Victoria. She wasn't there. Nadia looked around. Considering her friend had been wearing dark clothes, she'd blended in more than usual with all the wraiths about, but the dress had made her stand out nonetheless. Nadia sidled over to the wraiths that Victoria had been chatting with and asked where she'd gone. Back to the palace, one of them said. She was in a hurry. She didn't say what she wanted? The wraith shook her head. She just seemed jittery. That's not like her. No, it wasn't. Victoria could be impatient, but mostly about gossip, something valued almost as much as wealth at court. But this looked to have been important. Unfortunately, Nadia couldn't simply follow her friend to the palace. No one could walk in there without an invitation from someone living there, and certainly not a wraith. That would be intruding upon the ghosts' territory. It was why their blue-clad counterparts didn't mingle freely in the cube either. Nadia glanced down the hallway that led out to the back door with curiosity. She could do nothing but wait then. If it was important, Victoria would be back. Until then, Nadia needed some rest, food, and to prepare for a visit with a bloodthirsty vampire and his underlings. Chapter 3. The fastest way from the cube to Nightworth wasn't through Calmont Hollow, the werewolf district, but Nadia took the detour anyway. She'd always had mixed feelings about the place, but felt few qualms about being here now as an adult. Of course, as an adult, she was also a wraith living her own life. Calmont Hollow didn't stand out from the rest of Agartha, at least not in appearance. Tall and dark buildings loomed over everyone, and people went about their business here, just like anywhere else. The rent was lower, though, since many of the residents of the area were werewolves. Many humans worked and lived there, milling about in the late afternoon while Nadia walked through these streets. As per the agreement between the city of Agartha and the werewolf community, the wares were not allowed to attack the human population. or any other species living there for that matter. It was only that humans were such easy targets. Werewolves needed meat to survive, but contrary to popular beliefs, they did not need to eat human flesh. There were just those few bad seeds that ruined it for everyone else. That was how Nilafar always put it. Being a half-breed, Nadia had never felt any such urge. The full moon myth was true. The wares were compelled to change during full moon cycles, but the problems only began if one tried not to change. Again, as a half-breed, Nadia did not have to struggle with such problems. And problems there were. Despite paying the farmers for livestock, many wares seemed to think this life beneath them, and once in a while one of them would lash out. Usually, the wares themselves handled it, but on the occasions the offenders strayed too far, the wraiths were put to use by the city. Many a hot-headed werewolf had met their end at the hands of wraiths. Nadia was no exception, and she noted the stares from certain people when she walked past. Her dark clothes did nothing to hide her role in the city, but they also brought a certain level of protection. Usually. "Hey there!" A strange voice sounded at the same time a hand landed on her shoulder. Nadia had heard many steps close to her, but the sidewalk was packed with people returning home after work, so the touch was surprising. Not surprising enough to slow her down, though. She whipped around and had her dagger out, pushing the person against the nearest wall. He let out a startled "oof." "Who are you?" she asked, ignoring the frightened people around her. From what she could see and hear, they sprinted away and took wide berths. That suited her fine. The man, a young one, gangly and barely out of his teens, she thought, gaped in shock. "What do you want?" she urged, and pressed the blade to his throat. I, he began, and then a flicker of anger crossed his face, the shock fading a little. His eyes changed from blue to yellow as agitation rose in him. A werewolf, then. "I just wanted to chat a little." Nadia narrowed her eyes at him. "I don't care. Never touch a wraith like that," she said, her voice icy. People had died for less. It wasn't always easy to distinguish malevolent intent from stupidity. Even now she could have stabbed him first and then pushed him to the wall. He was lucky and had no idea how much. "Should have figured," he snarled at her. "Stuck-up half-breed is what you are." So, he was a full-blood. Some of them had the ability to sense others of their kind. This one was a scrawny specimen, but his senses had to be stronger than he looked. "Maybe so. I'll still kill you next time." Nadia let go of him and stepped back. She cocked her head sideways but made no expression on her face. She simply waited, dagger in hand. The young werewolf glared at her. He looked to be bristling with indignation and shame. People were staring at them from a distance. Then he rubbed his throat brusquely and stalked off, mumbling, "You're not worth it." "Not unless you want to die," she said, knowing he and many around them could hear. Nadia put the dagger back in its sheath and walked on, ignoring the open stares which soon faded anyway. It was not the way of the wraiths to shrink away and hide. Unless they were hunting someone, of course. They had nothing to be ashamed of, and therefore couldn't be manipulated that way. They were either respected or feared by people. Sometimes both. Either way was fine. It kept people at a distance. Usually. Nadia brushed imaginary filth off her shoulder, and then spotted her destination. It was Atherton's question that had brought her here now. Had Darrow contacted his mother? Nilafar Region's shop was, like most businesses in Agartha, on the ground floor. She sold weapons, blades of all kinds to be exact. Nadia brushed her hand over the hilt of her silver blade knife as she walked inside the shop. It had been a gift from Nilafar years ago, and for her, a full blood to gift such a thing to Nadia was not an insignificant thing. A few steps led down into the shop, and the windows facing the street only showed people from their feet to their waists. Inside, every wall was covered by swords, daggers, and knives in all conceivable shapes, sizes, and styles. There were even some showcases on the floor with the most expensive items. The light from the lamps above made Nadia's eyes catch on the glimmer of gemstones. "I'll be right there," came Nilufar's voice from the back room behind the small counter. It was the size of a large desk, covered with knickknacks, an old till, and paperwork that likely was overdue. "No need to hurry," Nadia answered, but Nilufar's footsteps were already approaching. She emerged through the door opening, and her face broke into a welcoming smile. "Nad," she said, and waved Nadia over. "What a lovely surprise. I was just putting the kettle on." Nadia followed her into the back. Nilufar lived upstairs, as was usual in Agartha, but she'd brought in a cooking plate to the small back office. She didn't have a desk in there. There was no room, but there was an old kitchen table that she'd sawed the edges off to fit it inside. It was high enough for her to work comfortably back there. The ground and first floor spaces in the city were important real estate, and every nook and cranny was spoken for. It was how it needed to be in an underground city which could expand nowhere but up. The wall in the shade saw to that. "Are you doing well? Last I heard from you, indirectly I might add, 2 young and outcast wraiths showed up on my doorstep," Nilufar said with a smile. "How are they doing?" The girl had been pregnant, something that had caused the couple to be banished from the Wraiths. They'd had nowhere to go, and Nadia had felt compelled to help them. She, more than any Wraith, could relate. Nilufar nodded. "They're doing well, Nad. Thanks to you. They live in the building." Nadia felt gratitude to the older woman and fell into their polite conversation easily enough. She'd known Nilufar her whole life. At 51, she showed few signs of aging poorly. She still sported an athletic build, with a friendly face directed at most people. She wore Earth-style gray cargo pants, a dark blue tank top, and an open light blue shirt over that. Her long, dark, and curly hair was sprinkled with gray, and there were laugh lines marking her dark eyes. Those eyes were almost the same as her son's, but there was more warmth to them. Nilufar placed Nadia in one of the 2 chairs on either side of the table, and soon had her drinking from a cup of Yilu tea. "I didn't show you the last photos, did I?" the older woman said, after the usual pleasantries. "No," Nadia said, and put down her cup in sudden anticipation. Nilufar had a luxury Nadia could never risk inside the cube. She was craning her head by the time Nilufar got a locked metal box from the bottom of a bookcase that had been squeezed in between the wall and the table. "Nikolai says I should just use a cell phone for storage," she said while unlocking it and then rummaging through the contents. "But he doesn't understand the hassle with the sockets and our electrical grid and—" She trailed off but indicated the socket near the floor with an irritated wave. Nadia could only nod. She had one piece of contraband, so to speak, at the cube. A mobile battery charger for her hidden cell phone. But it took an awfully long time to charge it in Agartha. It always felt like a risk hiding the thing, and no one could see it and then start asking what she needed added electricity for. "Here we go," Nilufar said, ruffling through several photos in the box. Then she withdrew a few and handed them to Nadia. They were all of Nell, her daughter, her dark-haired and happy 9-year-old. The sight of her familiar face always brought such happiness, yet also such inextinguishable pain to Nadia. Considering her situation, she wouldn't want to be without it either. They both meant she cared deeply. She simply wished sometimes that life would have been safer, and she could have avoided the latter hurt completely by always being with her child. "Hey, are you all right?" Nilufar said, stroking a hand over Nadia's finely braided hair. "Of course." She nodded convincingly, and Nilufar took a seat with her cup of tea. "This was 2 weeks ago?" Nadia asked. Nilafar swallowed a sip and nodded. Mm-hmm. It was fun. And so good to see her. It always is. Nadia leafed through the photos. Nell was in every one of them, and both her parents, Nikolai and Axel, as well as her grandmother, popped up now and then. You seemed like you had a great time. We did. Nilafar smiled wistfully. What is this? Nadia held one photo up for her to see, and the older woman squinted. Ah, yes, that's called a spinning rider or some such thing. No room for amusement parks in Agartha. No, there isn't. Reluctantly, Nadia handed her back the photos, glad and grateful her brother Nikolai took the time to print them before Nilafar left after her visits. Nothing beat seeing her daughter in person, but this was a treat for her in between those times. Nilafar didn't have to hide her granddaughter from anyone, but she did it for the same reason Nadia did, to hide Nell's existence from her birth father. When Nilafar traveled to see her, though, she went through one of the regular gateways. She would go through the veil several times, passing through a few realms before going Earthside. Nilafar was a strong werewolf and knew how to sense it should someone follow her. I take it a normal social call isn't why you're here today, Nilafar said, and leaned back in her chair. No. Sorry. It's about your son. Figured as much. Nilafar shook her head. Her son's fate had been a devastating blow to her. Her granddaughter her only consolation. The first time Nadia had seen her after entrusting her child to her brother and his husband, she'd caved and told Nilafar. She'd been a new mother then, but the sight of the broken-hearted mother of a hybrid son had decided for her. She'd told her of Nell, and Nilafar had gone off to see her ever since. There's been talk and rumors all over Calmont Hollow lately. He's back. I have no doubt of that, Nilafar said. But he hasn't made contact? No, and I would never lie to you about this. I know. I didn't even have to lie to the Wraith who came to see me earlier. Atherton Tangier? He must have come straight here after their conversation earlier then. Nadia wasn't surprised. She would have done the same thing. Yes. Handsome fellow. Bright. Strong and fast, I'm sure. I wonder if your specters have doomed him. I hope not. He's a skilled Wraith and a good man. Everyone looks up to him. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up as the Blade himself one day. At least a specter. Nilafar smiled and took a sip from her tea. And you a ghost? And me a ghost. That would be something. Lots of possibilities for the branch of the Queen's Guard who may have children. They both fell silent a moment. Have you seen him then? Nilafar finally asked. Yes, a few weeks ago. Nilafar shifted in her chair and began fiddling with her teacup. How bad is it? Better than the last time I saw him. But I'm not sure him being better actually is better. With Darrow able to think straight, he could also cause more deliberate damage. I see. Nilafar seemed on the brink of saying something, and then stopping herself a few times. Nadia waited patiently. There have been murders. Every Agarthan must know that by now. The newspapers have reported it non-stop. But there's more. I told the Wraith this too. Nadia merely nodded. Nilafar was free to do what she wanted with regard to helping the Wraiths. The two of them simply had a deal of revealing nothing relating to Nell. A few werewolves have gone missing lately. Who? Young ones. Angry ones. Bored ones. No bodies, though. I think your son is gathering followers. I don't know how. It's unheard of that anyone would willingly follow a hybrid. The last word made Nilafar flinch. The vamp who had turned Darrow had also killed a part of his mother that day. It was hard for her to listen to, but Nadia filled her in on the tattoo she'd seen on the werewolf she'd slain in the shade, and how Darrow had the same one. I don't think this other Wraith, Atherton, will be able to do this, Nilafar said suddenly. She lifted her cup and drained it, wincing at the burn down her throat. Such things did little to werewolves. "Nad," she said, and bored her eyes into Nadia. "My son died years ago, but in a sense, his ghost still roams. I need to know what's going on." "So do I. Whatever he's up to, I need to know how much of a threat it will make him to Nell." "Yes, she and you are all the family I have now. Please find out, will you?" "I'll certainly try." Chapter 4. The last of the day's sunlight was gone by the time Nadia approached Nightworth. This meant that the city's vampire population had been awake a while now. The mirrored sky above Agartha was strong enough to warm people on a sunny day and to aid in growing crops over in the farmlands, but despite that, it wasn't quite as strong as the real thing. This meant that vampires could roam close up to dawn and rise at dusk already. The raised and closely placed buildings of the city even provided enough darkness and shadows for a careful vamp to move during the morning and evening. It would cause them discomfort, and many a vamp had died while being careless doing this, but it was not unheard of. This was the reason vampires were drawn to Agartha. They simply had fewer restrictions in the sunlight department when there. Food was another matter, though. They were allowed to feed on willing donors but not kill them, and they, like other shifters, had deals with the farmers for access to animal blood. Much like some of the werewolves, many of them saw this as beneath them. Some even detested the taste, and also, like the werewolves, vampires sometimes overstepped, and the Wraiths were called in to handle the situation. Nadia felt no discernible emotion when she walked up the stairs to the largest of the buildings that made up Nightworth. It consisted of an entire block of old and grand townhouses that had become interconnected over the centuries. This way the vamps could move between houses during the day. Every single window was boarded up to ensure this. Unlike Calmont Hollow, though, no human lived here voluntarily. Not even the strange cases who willingly let the vamps suck their blood for food. The houses were old and reminiscent of the townhouses owned by some of the city's aristocracy, and had never been overtaken by building projects with the goal of using the space above ground. Nearby buildings technically loomed over Nightworth, but Nightworth somehow didn't let itself be loomed over. It oozed power and death a long way. This was not Nadia's first time in this place, and she had spent some time a few blocks away getting ready. The technique of deep sea divers was a skill taught to bolt wraiths at a young age. Certain supernatural creatures were so attuned to heartbeats and blood pressure, they knew exactly how their intended victims would react. This wouldn't do when discussing anything with them. So Nadia had lowered her pulse and slowed her breathing, using the oxygen she inhaled carefully. It left her body in a calm, cool state, which allowed her to talk to them, and for the vamps not to manipulate her in any way. It didn't matter that she wasn't diving in water. This threat was worse. It was truly one of the most useful skills she'd learned from the Wraiths, that and the technique for shutting the incessant terror of the shade out of one's mind. Nadia stopped at the large doors and raised her hand to knock, but was not surprised when they opened before she could. This was a small power play from the vamp inside. They'd been aware of the visitor on their steps the moment she set foot on them. Probably sooner. Few people walked close to these houses. She was led inside by a pair of vampires who smiled hungrily at her. "A wraith?" One of them, a handsome male vampire, said. They were all handsome, of course, beautiful more like it. Their enhanced beauty happened during the turning, though the flip side was the grotesque form they took when in their true vampiric form. They were sickly white and waxy, fanged and with claw-like nails. It was the price they all paid, no matter if they had been turned voluntarily or not. "I didn't know Wraiths wanted to assist in our well-being," he went on. "Shadow Navarra," Nadia said instead of being baited. I'm here to talk to Azierad Nairis." "Isn't everyone?" the other vamp chimed in, giving her the same hungry look. The close proximity to the predators did little to her, though. Her heart beat slowly. Her skin remained dry. It was all about focus and being ready to break out of it should some of them attack. They would be stupid to do so, but then some of them were, in her opinion. "I'm sure Naris would like to decide himself who to talk to. Or do you rule him?" she asked quite apropos, as innocent as she could muster. Not every one of Naris's underlings liked him or even respected him, but they all feared him. When it came to authority, he had that in common with the Wraiths. Neither vamp lost their smiles, but she could see the almost flicker of uncertainty on their faces. "Come with me, Shadow, and we shall see," the one who'd spoken first said, probably thinking he was saving face somehow. Nadia went with him. She knew the way by herself, but no one walked freely inside Nightworth unless invited to do so. That invitation consisted of a bite to the neck. Electrical lights had never bothered vampires, and so the rooms they passed through were well lit. The furnishings were elegant and modern enough, a sign they were changed now and then. Art decorated the walls, and carpets and purely decorative drapes gave a strange warmth to this cold place. The vampire escorted her into a spacious room with a vaulted ceiling. This was no normal townhouse feature, but a room built especially for audiences. No one could ever say the vampires didn't like theatrics. "Wait here," the vampire told Nadia. "I'll see if he's amenable." "You do that," she said, and settled in to wait at the back of the room. Several vampires mingled inside, quite a few casting her curious, annoyed, or, as ever, hungry looks. But her clothes marked her standing in society as someone not worth fighting with. If they harmed her here, when she was obviously on official business, they risked the ire of the Wraiths. The vampires were powerful beings, but that was a fight they would lose, especially since the queen would side with her queen's guard. Nadia glanced over at the podium at the other end of the room. A stone throne stood upon it, 5 skulls adorning the top of it. It was so on the nose Nadia had nearly laughed the first time she saw it. Thankfully, she'd managed to rein herself in and not embarrass her fellow Wraiths. It was a horrid thing, a symbol of a power the vampires only had over themselves. Unfortunately, it was currently empty. "I'm sure he's only enjoying breakfast." A vampire glided close to her, interested in talking. Nadia glanced over without losing track of the others in the room. She didn't want any trouble here. She'd been taught for years to handle herself in dangerous situations, but dozens of vampires was too much to handle at once. "And by breakfast, you mean?" she said, and left the words hanging there. The vampire smiled, but there was a humorous twitch to it, not restrained bloodlust. He looked different from the others. Most of the vamps around wore casual clothes, some close to Earthside fashions, others choosing the cut of different realms, but it was all simple and comfortable. This vampire wore a suit, a fine tailored one, Nadia thought. Not that she was an expert on such matters. He looked older, too. His hair reached his shoulders, and the soft chestnut was sprinkled with salt at the temples. Like anyone of his kind, his face was striking, with perfectly cut cheekbones and jaw, his blue eyes piercing and cold. He must have been around 40 when he'd died and been turned. Vampires didn't grow old, but stayed true to their death age. Well, she thought wryly, every vamp except Darrow who had aged. Oh, I'm sure Naris's nutrition is only the kind sanctioned by our reverent monarch. Nadia gazed upon the crowd, monitoring the vamp out of the corner of her eye. She would have given a lot to be allowed to search this place. Many a vamp would have gone down for proof of breaking the laws then. A half-breed werewolf in a nest of vampires, the vamp went on. Peculiar. Not here as a werewolf, she pointed out. No, of course not. You are a shadow wraith. She raised an eyebrow. How do you know? Shields come in packs. Shadows work alone. He shrugged and took up the spot against the wall next to her without an invitation. Nadia Navarra. Are you trying to intimidate me by using my name? She didn't like it, but her body was under tight control. He wouldn't know. No. Your escort told me when I inquired. Nadia scoffed softly. She'd been here before. Anyone could have given him her name. The only thing she was sure of was that she hadn't met or seen him before. And why would you do that? Oh, I don't know. To make new friends? I'm Casimir, by the way. Good for you. Casimir laughed, but it was restrained. He almost sounded like an amused wraith. You wraiths are a tad sad, you know that? You don't have any other friends but yourselves. Keeps us true to our mission. No mixed loyalties, she said, making sure to point out her meaning by looking him square in the eyes. If he wanted to bribe her, he was polishing the wrong gemstone. A flurry of whispers blew through the room as Azierad Nairis entered from the side of the podium. He strode over to the chair and slumped into it, sighing like he was tired or bored, and then moving one leg to rest over the armrest. Like everyone around him, he was beautiful and strikingly so. His raven black hair was shorter than Casimir's, his skin pale, his eyes a dark brown. The vamp was also well built with muscles stretching the fabric of his long-sleeved t-shirt. He was alluring, scheming, and powerful, a perfect vampire leader. Markward, he said, stifling a yawn. What was your complaint? A vampire stepped forward and began droning on about the quality, or lack thereof, of the legal blood supplies lately. Nairis is holding court early tonight, Casimir said in a low voice. Your arrival must have sped him up. Saves me time. Yes, that's why I'm here. To save a random vamp time. You're a little less suppressed than your fellow wraiths, aren't you? Interesting. We have different views of what's interesting, Nadia said, and straightened up from the wall when Nairis dismissed the other vamp, locked eyes with her, and waved her over. I'm not so sure of that, Casimir murmured. But of course, being a half-breed werewolf, she heard it and thought it a strange observation. She didn't have more time to pay attention to the vamp, because Nairis was fully focused on her now. Nadia Navarra, he said, his voice sounding like silk, hiding the gruff cruelty beneath his charm. Our little wraith of Earthside descent and not enough werewolf blood. A few whispers followed that statement. Her great-grandfather had been an Earthsider, yes, hence her last name, but it was her werewolf status they all reacted to. Calling me little won't make you any bigger, Nairis, she said truthfully. Always a pleasure hosting you here, Shadow. You have a slightly sharper tongue than your peers. His smile was half amused, half aroused. She could smell blood this close to him. Casimir had been right about Nairis's breakfast. Nadia could only hope it had been one of the willing food sources. How can we be of assistance to one of the Queen's wraiths today? Nairis went on. There was a hint of impatience to his voice. Werewolf or wraith, he didn't like having either of her kind here. A vamp has gone rogue and is hunting in the shade. She omitted the fact about him hunting Earthside. The vamps around her didn't need to get ideas. Oh dear, Nairis said with mock worry. Are any of your underlings missing? She asked before he could say anything else. She noticed some of the others shifting uneasily, or in an affronted manner. Not everyone appreciated being referred to as his underlings. It was one of the reasons the vamps didn't get dangerously strong as a group. They had a hard time banding together like a true brotherhood. Nairis had ruled them for an amazing 3 decades. The constant quarreling had to take its toll. At her question, he glanced around, but no one spoke up. No, no one missing, he clarified to Nadia. It's one of your people. It might even be someone in this room, she pointed out. Not every vamp in the city hung around Nightworth waiting for a word with Nerys. I doubt they will reveal themselves in that case. This vampire has broken the Queen's law of peace between the species within the city grounds. I will need to take him out. Nerys sighed and rolled his eyes. Well, if you must. He waved her away with a bored gesture. Nadia took this as his agreement to keeping to the law. The rogue would be dealt with. The vamps would not avenge him. She turned to leave, but Nerys stopped her. Oh, and Nadia. She looked back over her shoulder. I want to know who it is. Who has gone against me? If that was what it took to keep him docile, then fine by her. Besides, this request meant he understood the necessity of keeping to the law. She nodded and walked on, back straight, hand on the hilt of her sheathed sword. The eyes of the undead followed her out of the room. Nadia walked with measured steps, longing to wash the bloody stench of this place off her. In some instances, like close proximity to vampires, she felt like a full-blooded werewolf indeed. Chapter 5. Back at the cube, Nadia reported the acquiescence of the vampire leader and then headed up to her own rooms. Every wraith had their own space, a large room and an ensuite. Though many decorated to their tastes and often added a hot plate, food was eaten in the mess hall. The wraiths were taught from an early age to associate with each other, and sharing meals was the most basic and important gesture of trust. Nadia entered the familiar rooms that had been hers for over 10 years now. Most bolts slept in dorms until they started getting moved into their own spaces at around 15 or 16. Before then, the dorms were a comfort for the young wraiths. Nadia's space was a rectangular room which stretched from the door toward the window. There, a dais elevated the floor and separated the space into 2 parts. She kept a small sofa and some chairs closest to the door, but had put the bed next to the window. She liked waking up with sunlight streaming inside. She had some knickknacks about too, but had put nothing personal on the walls or anywhere else. She couldn't afford to make mistakes. Even a minor slip could cause severe consequences for her and Nell, and so she'd fallen into the habit of becoming more closed off than most wraiths. Her sometimes sharp tongue, as Nerys had pointed out, was merely a small leftover crumb of the defiant child she had once been. There was no room for that with the wraiths, and she had never thought it an important enough trait to keep. She took a quick shower and changed clothes. She knew the smell of blood and death had lingered on and around the vamps and not on her, but it made her feel better nonetheless. She was braiding her hair when there came a knock on her door. It was urgent and noisy. Most wraiths would let other wraiths be when in their rooms. It was their private sanctums within the sanctum of the cube itself, so she wasn't all that surprised to find Victoria outside when she opened it. I need to talk to you, she said, and pushed past Nadia, who jumped aside to let her in. Her friend had changed clothes since earlier in the day. She wore a pair of red wide pants with a pinched waist which was so fashionable at court these days, a fact Nadia would not have known had Victoria not been her friend. She wore a white blouse with a myriad of black dots, and her hair was elegantly braided into a chignon above her neck. Nadia couldn't really ever remember seeing Victoria disheveled or unfashionable. She was a lady-in-waiting at court after all. The agitation she showed now was new, and would likely have gotten someone lesser to forget about style. Are you all right? No. Well, yes. Technically, I'm all right. Nadia stood still for a second, watching her old friend pace back and forth across the floor. Then she realized she was standing there, holding the end of her braid between her fingers. She maneuvered the elastic band from her wrist and fastened it. Sit down, please, she added to Victoria. You're making me jittery from all this pacing." Victoria sighed, crossed her arms over her chest, and then did as told and sat on the small blue two-seater. "I'm sorry, Nad, but I needed to talk to you." "I know. I saw you earlier, but you disappeared on me. I needed to get back to—" She stopped herself and seemed to consider what to say. "Listen, I know you have that new vampire case. It's been years since the last time I was surprised by your ability to know everything that goes on in here," Nadia said, and sat down in one of the chairs opposite her friend. "Not everything. I think the specters would send a shadow after me then." At least Victoria could produce an amused smile at that, but it vanished fast. "I knew this was going to end up here with the Wraiths, but I'm grateful it ended up on your plate." Nadia angled her head and considered her friend. She didn't seem panicked, merely worked up about something. "And why is that?" "So that I don't have to ask you to spy on one of the other Wraiths." "Ah." Nadia leaned back on her chair and crossed her legs at the ankles. "I know that would have been a terrible thing to ask of any Wraith, but—" "I'd do it for you," Nadia interrupted her. "You know that." She smiled the quiet smile of the Wraiths. 9 years ago, she'd given birth in this room, alone and frightened until Victoria had shown up, knowing something was wrong, and then staying put to help even though she'd been terrified. They'd only been 17. So yes, accepting murder, Nadia would do anything for her friend. "Thank you, Nad." Victoria smiled again and then paused. "Do you know who the vampire is?" "What?" Victoria looked taken aback. But if that wasn't the case, then what was she on about here? "Clearly, you know something about the case. I came across a blood trail inside the shade, and then a vampire." "So you saw him?" "Yes. A young man. He was too far away for me to catch him." Victoria sighed, but whether from relief or worry, Nadia couldn't tell. "He'd been Earthside hunting a human, Victoria." "Oh no." "So, if you know something about this, please tell me. I'll keep you out of it. I was never in it. All right?" Victoria swallowed hard, licked her lips, sat up straight, and then sank down a little again. Finally, she rested her hands in her lap. "It's about Armin." Nadia racked her brain to remember. "Is this the one?" "It's the one who's genuinely interested in me. Count Armin Elisatra." "Right. And he was the one you needed to get back to earlier?" Victoria nodded. "He has a son." "He does? So what is he—" Nadia indicated the height of a small child with her hand, but Victoria shook her head. "His name is Varric. He's 19, so he's Armin's son, but not a child." "So the Count has been married before?" "No. Varric came about as the result of a fling years ago when Armin was 19 himself." "I see." Which meant, according to Agarthan laws, that he could inherit wealth from his father, but not his title. The aristocracy had little land to their names in Agartha, so the titles, the close proximity to the monarch, and their money, was their power now. It had been different, yet also similar on the surface, but that was centuries ago. Of course, given the topic of this conversation, Nadia's new case, she was beginning to suspect he couldn't inherit at all anyway. "Is Varric the vampire?" she asked bluntly. Victoria grimaced. She didn't like this. "I think so." "And his father? What does he think?" "He doesn't know what to do. I said I'd get help. Please, Nadia. Can you?" This was not good. Nadia wouldn't hesitate in helping Victoria, but breaking the law for a stranger? And this was going toward that, wasn't it? This wasn't good. But the sight of her friend's distress so clear in her eyes was hard to disregard. "I can't let a vampire roam the shade and murder Earthsiders. They may not be Agarthans, but we have a moral responsibility here." "I know, Nad." She nodded vigorously. "I know. Of course you're right. But there's something else going on here. There's something I think you should see." She got up from the sofa and began pacing again. Nadia had to turn in her chair to see her. "You need to come to the palace." "Can't the Count come here? Or meet us somewhere in the city?" "Yes and no. There's something you need to see." "Well, I can't simply stroll into the palace. The ghosts would ask all kinds of questions. We need appointments, but I'm sure tomorrow or the day after." "No. Well, tomorrow, in daylight. It's less suspicious then, but I have a plan." "Do you?" Nadia asked, wondering where this was going. It couldn't be good if it meant sneaking in past the ghosts. "Yes. You've met the new Chronicler, right?" Nadia forced herself not to sigh. Had she met the new, handsome, chatty, and highly capable Chronicler? Why, yes, she had. And she had also decided her liking of him would put him in harm's way regarding Darrow. Not because Darrow would stoop to jealousy. No, nothing as ridiculous as that. But Darrow was likely to use anyone in her life against her. So, she had stayed away from Harmiston, which he preferred to be called rather than Chronicler. She even liked that part of him, his unceremonious attitude. It was refreshing in this institution that lived by it. "Yes," she said evenly to answer Victoria. "Why did you hesitate?" her friend asked immediately. She stopped pacing and eyed Nadia. "Oh my. Does he interest you?" "No." "He does." "Excellent." She rubbed her hands together, momentarily forgetting the difficulties of her count. "That makes it easier then." "No and no, to whatever this is." Harmiston used to work for the ghosts. Nadia knew this, but refrained from commenting. Her having that knowledge would only put fuel on the fire where Victoria was concerned. He knows all the ins and outs of the palace. How? The ghosts surely kept a tight rein on that place. He has an inquisitive mind. Nadia thought about this. It was true. She'd seen that for herself when she'd found him cataloging and researching all the magical artifacts the Wraiths brought back from their cases. "How do you know?" "About his inquisitive mind?" Victoria paused and then smirked. "I know everyone. Don't worry. As far as I know, he's unattached." Nadia raised her gaze and sighed. Good for him. "Why is this man going to be my problem? You know I work alone." "He can get you inside the palace." Nadia was about to argue, but Victoria beat her to it. "He can get you inside with minimal risk of exposure. What do you think will happen if the ghosts catches you sneaking in there?" "I imagine it would have the same effect as one of them sneaking in here," she conceded. "Exactly." Victoria pressed her lips together a brief moment, and then looked at her with pleading eyes. "Please, Nadia." Nadia sighed. "Of course I'll help you." "Thank you," Victoria said, with the first convincing smile on her face since she entered the room. "I'll arrange it with Harmiston. Just go there tomorrow morning," she added, and then headed for the door and was out so fast Nadia's half-hearted "great" came after it shut behind her. Chapter 6. "Hi, Nadia." Harmiston greeted her when she stepped inside his lab within the cube's grand library. He didn't look like he was ready to infiltrate the royal palace next door. He was dressed as usual, in dark pants and a light gray shirt. His short blonde hair was brushed back on top where it was slightly longer than on the sides. His beard was neatly trimmed and in order, just like him in general. Nadia wanted to yell at herself for noticing it all. "Hi," she answered, and walked over to him. He was standing at one of the many research stations he'd set up in there. It had been a few weeks since she'd last been down there, and most of the objects from then had been replaced by now. But it was the same type of artifacts: weapons, gemstones, bottled potions, the odd book. All magical and potentially dangerous things that people had used against the Wraiths over the years. "Haven't seen you in a while," he commented, and carefully folded an intricately decorated metal amulet back together. "You must have had some terribly straightforward cases." "I must?" He smiled, but didn't take his eyes off the metal strip. "To not need a chronicler." "Oh. Well, yes," she lied. She had seen him in the common area now and then, but had steered clear. There was something about the man that made her want to do the opposite. It made little sense. Harmiston was not like the people she was used to being around, the quiet, stoic kind. Harmiston was unapologetically positive, curious, and chatty. It was confusing. "What does that do?" she asked him, instead of acknowledging his comment any more than she already had. He had noticed her avoidance, and that confused her even more. She hadn't considered that as a possibility. She didn't appreciate this emotion. Wraiths were assertive, aware, never emotionally confused. "I'm not sure," he admitted and let go of the thing when he was done folding it. "But I think this inscription says it will poison the person who opens it in the wrong order." Nadia narrowed her eyes while staring. "Maybe best to leave it then?" Harmiston chuckled and did just that. "Yes. We have a mission, I believe." "Mission? Is that what Victoria called it?" "I think she actually used the word quest once too," he said, and straightened up. He turned to her with a smile on his face, but it froze before he cleared his throat and stepped back. She'd been standing right next to him, maybe too close. She left you something?" he went on and walked over to one of the many cupboards and withdrew a package, something wrapped in brown paper, before he urged her to follow with a wave. She did, and he led her back into the vast hall that was the library. There were probably thousands of bookcases there, not to mention the countless shelves up on the walls. Nadia followed Harmiston between many of the bookcases, and they encountered none of the chronicler assistants who worked there. Far off from the front desk and the more open space there, Harmiston opened a door in the wall. From there they walked through a lot of storage rooms, filled with dusty books that were either in the process of being catalogued or, as became evident when they got further down from there, simply tucked away and forgotten. The levels of rooms surprised her. They'd long passed under the swimming pool, and still they kept going down. In the end, the air turned raw and cold, and Harmiston produced a flashlight from his pocket. The surrounding walls were uneven bare stone. "There are caves under the cube?" she commented. "Yes. Old passageways between the cube and the palace. I can't be sure of this, of course, but it seems that the king who ruled when the city was built wanted to ensure access to the Wraiths and an escape route from the palace. I think some more tunnels lead to some of the surrounding townhouses, too. They used to belong to the aristocrats, you know, and so there may have been access points between kings and mistresses and so on, but they seem to have gone out of use and... Harmiston seemed to notice he was rambling because he stopped and apologized with a sheepish smile. "How is it you know of this place?" she asked him. This was amazing, and none of the Wraiths knew. That in and of itself was incredible, and dangerous, come to think of it. Secret entrances to the cube? Or the royal palace? Harmiston must have seen the shadow that flickered across her face. "I think I'm the only one who does. Except for the ghosts, of course." The ghosts know? That meant they had access to the cube. Was it a safeguard against the Wraiths should they ever betray the queen? But they never would. Of course. Their duty is to protect the queen. Harmiston stopped and shone the flashlight onto a wall in front of them. "Here it is." You need to take this now," he added, and handed her the package he'd been carrying. "And this is?" She stared at it with open suspicion. It was soft, and obviously contained fabric. "Victoria pointed out that you can't walk into the palace dressed like that," Harmiston said. "This is the ghost's domain, and the 2 Queen's guards are separated for a reason. But why am I telling you that?" he wondered, and then looked around. They were at a dead end. "I'll just, shall I?" he said, and turned so he stood with his back to her to give her some privacy. Nadia shrugged. Wraiths weren't particularly shy about things such as nudity. They lived too close together, trained together, and often had to assist when their own were wounded. She opened the package and withdrew the garments Victoria had left her. "Really?" she murmured at the sight of a soft blue blouse and a high-waisted and light green skirt. She quickly stripped her clothes and weapons off and donned the new outfit, ready to blend in at court. Thankfully, Victoria had provided her with shoes with block heels, and not clackety and flimsy thin ones. There were some lines she had to draw, and her friend knew that. "I suppose it's not too restricting," she said when done, touching the skirt. She wasn't used to wearing them. Wraiths had no use for them, but though it was tight fitted around her waist, it swung out in a no-doubt elegant cut, which would allow her to move freely if necessary. No. Harmiston agreed when turning around, his eyes on her, thoughtful and for once restricting his flow of words. "What do you mean by that, by the way?" he asked. "It's a ridiculous garment, but I can at least move properly." "Move properly for what?" "Defend myself." "Like fighting? Won't that show off your underwear?" Harmiston suddenly sounded like he was choking, trying too late to silence himself, at which point the non-Wraith part of Nadia showed its face. "Would that bother you, seeing my underwear?" she asked cheekily, amused by his lack of words. He usually had so many of them at hand. No, I mean." He stopped and shook his head, then looked at her fully. "You should blend in now, but maybe lose the Queen's guard hair?" "Queen's guard hair?" Nadia stroked a hand over her head. Her hair was braided tightly back from her face to avoid it getting in her way in a risky situation. "The ladies of the court don't expect to get in fights," Harmiston clarified. She sighed and began unbraiding it, letting the locks fall and hang freely. "Better?" she asked him when done. He didn't shine the flashlight right in her face, but a little to the side. "Not better, but different. Different is not good when trying to blend in." "Yes, that's not what I meant," he said, sounding uncomfortable. Or uncertain. She wasn't sure. She stared back at him, gazing at her. For a moment, neither said anything. "Yes, all right," he suddenly blurted, looking like he was pulling himself out of a daydream. "We have things to do." "Things? You mean sneaking through the palace?" "Yes, things." He smiled and then turned to the wall again, where he, with some measured pressing of his hands, revealed a door in the wall. It slowly opened into the tunnel on the other side. Nadia felt cold without her own clothes and stared longingly at her long coat on the ground. The thin fabric was interwoven with wool to keep her warm and dry. "It's too much of a giveaway," Harmiston said, following her gaze. "Yes, all right," she said, and followed him again, with no weapons this time. Changing clothes hadn't made her feel like it, but leaving her weapons behind truly made her feel naked. "So, I take it Victoria knows about these tunnels too, then?" she asked Harmiston while they began walking up now, through similar tunnels and storage rooms. "She didn't, exactly. But I may have gotten a person out of the palace for her once. It's not exactly good to fall from the Queen's grace, but Victoria isn't one to let such things stand in the way of friendships. No, she isn't, Nadia agreed, her voice soft. You know her well, then? Who? Victoria? He asked, and then continued before Nadia could confirm. With her, it's not so much about whether you know her. If she knows you, then that's it. And she knows most people. And she knows a lot about them. True spoken. And on that note, what did she know about you then? That I was bored to desperation working for the ghosts. Nadia smiled behind his back. Oh yes. Victoria seemed much like she was into empty gossip, and at court one needed to be. But the truth was that she was deceptively observant of her fellow humans, and other creatures. Did she notice your absence from work then? That woman has eyes in the back of her head, I swear it. She never saw me leave through any normal door, so she figured I had an alternate way. At least, that's what she said last night when she asked for my help. So, that's how you found these tunnels? Being bored? Yes. You have no idea. What am I saying? You Wraiths have more interesting duties than the ghosts. Not that I'm saying the ghosts' duty isn't important. I should think the Queen would object to her safety being referred to as boring, Nadia interjected between his hasty words. Fair enough, but it doesn't involve a lot of unforeseen situations and rogue creatures. Because of that, there's very little for the ghost chroniclers to do. So I started exploring, he said, before opening a door at the top of a flight of stairs. It led into a storage room, much like the ones they'd passed through on the cube side. I began looking through everything we had lying around. It led me down here in the end. I see. Nadia looked around with curiosity at their surroundings. It all looked so familiar. And the ghosts have never caught you? Why would they? I had work to do, and they never use the tunnels. I've seen a couple of them making out down there, but, not that I spend time watching people do that or anything. Nadia allowed a thin smile, and since they weren't forced to walk in a line up here, he saw it. Anyway, he said, and slowed down a bit. We should remain quiet a while now. We're close to the library. Nadia felt the air turn warmer, too, and was thankful. She and Harmiston walked through a few more storage rooms and entered the Royal Library. It was as grand, if not more so than the cube equivalent, but few people were around. She focused more on her senses but heard only a few people on the far side. It was scary how easily she and Harmiston moved between the bookcases and then out of there. Welcome to the Royal Palace, he whispered when he closed the door behind them. They were in the lower levels of the grand structure now, but immediately the far-off noise of several voices drifted to Nadia's ears. Now what? She asked him. If she'd been alone, she would have kept to the shadows and spent a lot of time hiding and assessing. But this was Victoria's world, and Harmiston was her guide. We walk up to the Count's rooms. Nadia peered up the wide and elaborate stairs in front of them. There was a lot of light and open space judging from the echo of all the people. Just like that? Just like that, he confirmed with a reassuring smile. She didn't have much choice but to trust him, so she did. They walked upstairs and entered a building more bright than the cube in every sense of the word. The palace was constructed from a fairly straightforward architecture, with a main building with 2 large wings at the back. There were said to be more than 1,500 rooms in the place, and over half of them had windows to the outside. The main part housed all the halls, parlors, the throne room and such, with kitchens and servants' quarters below ground, including the library. The Queen herself lived in the north wing, while the aristocracy who had apartments here were gathered in the south wing. That was their destination, except Nadia didn't know exactly where to go. Harmiston must have understood from Victoria's instructions, though. Nadia followed him through gilded halls and past many people, dressed in their everyday finery. They even glimpsed the queen herself, middle-aged and with a glow of good health under her light hair, where she passed through a corridor further down, escorted by ghosts and statespeople alike. Nadia and Harmiston didn't stop to stare, but walked on. Few people in the grand spaces paid Nadia any attention either, and after Harmiston instructed her not to stare defiantly and unimpressed into their eyes, no one did. "I do not glare defiantly," she protested when he said so. "Yes, you do. You all do. It's like you refuse to be stepped on by anyone. It's kind of impressive, really," he added, and that stumped her. She couldn't ask too much, though, since the point was to not be recognized as a wraith. They passed a few ghosts, but every time some of them looked their way, Harmiston greeted them heartily, which was apparently normal because it drew their attention and they focused on him. Nadia gazed at their dark blue clothes from under her eyelashes. Harmiston might call them boring, at least to work with, but it had always been her dream to join them. They had so much more freedom than the Wraiths. They were expected to sacrifice their lives for the queen if necessary, but didn't face the constant threat that was the shade. It didn't grate on them or lower their life expectancies. They were not the first barrier. That was the Wraiths. No, they were the last, and therefore had more liberties in life. Like having children. It was a dream to not keep such a tight bind on her secret. She was so proud of her little girl. But such thoughts were foolish. As long as Darrow was a threat, she could never divulge that secret to anyone. Not even as a ghost. They walked into the south wing, and things changed. Nadia had never been in there before, but the halls were equally lively. "Who are they?" she asked when they walked past huge glass doors. They were see-through and left little privacy for those who worked in there. "Ugh," Harmiston shuddered. "Those are the spellbound halls." "Where the mages work?" Nadia slowed down and peered curiously through the various doors while they walked past. Harmiston nodded and was unusually quiet. The mages of Agartha worked tirelessly to keep the city functioning, their primary responsibility being the magical sky, which mirrored and reflected sunlight from the surface. They also handled things like access to drinking water, making sure of rain, and many more things needed to survive down here. There was no more expansion of the city, though, because the enormous cavern which had been carved, ripped, and dug out using magic would collapse if more was done. No magic was powerful enough to keep it safe if it was expanded. Nadia stopped and looked. The mages inside didn't seem to mind. They had to be used to it. She wasn't the only one since more people did the same throughout the hall. "Come on, Nadia. I promised Victoria I'd get you to her count." "Why don't you approve of them?" she asked him instead of doing as he asked. The mages in the room in front of her were discussing what looked like a large map on a table. "I approve wholeheartedly," Harmiston said, and came back to her. "Someone needs to keep this city going. Please come." He put a hand on her back to gently nudge her in the right direction, but she didn't budge. The contact, though, sent a flutter through her body. She blinked and then focused on the topic at hand. "But you don't like them," she pointed out. Harmiston seemed to give up. "Considering my stance on the boredom of working for the—" He looked around, but no one was close enough to listen. "The ghosts," he went on. "I mean, look at them. They may be powerful and living in comfort, but they live in gilded cages." "How so?" "This is all they do. They never leave the palace. They only live for keeping the city in working condition." "A noble mission. I think most of us who have to live here would agree." Harmiston nodded hurriedly. "Yes, but such a trapped and closed-off life? No thank you." Yes, she thought, this would be a nightmare for someone like Harmiston. I guess it's a good thing you barely have enough magic to sense it then, she said, remembering him telling her he had some mages running back through his lineage. True, he agreed with relief. My lack of qualifications has left me free to aid the Wraiths instead. Interesting types of people that, he said and smiled warmly at Nadia. She realized his hand still rested warm and comfortably against her back. The thin fabric of her blouse let her feel it more than her normal attire would. She found she didn't mind. Also, he went on, it makes the days more interesting when I have to escort a Wraith somewhere she can't go on her own. I can, she objected. It would only have taken a little longer. And been more lonely, he pointed out. She said, and pressed her lips together to prevent a smile. How much farther? 1 floor. He cast a last look toward the ever-working mages and turned to leave. This time, Nadia responded to his nudging and went with him. Chapter 7. Count Armin Elisatra was not happy to see Nadia. He was even less happy to see Harmiston. Upon meeting the man, it became clear at once that this plan of involving them was because of Victoria. I thought you said only the Wraith? He asked Victoria, as he joined them in a large, light-colored and expensively decorated sitting room. He had many rooms, it seemed, because Nadia could hear one of the servants cleaning something far down the hall outside. The Elisatra family must have done well for themselves over the centuries to have maintained their status. That usually meant doing well in trade with other realms. The Count was a handsome man in his late 30s, with still black hair and a friendly face. Friendly despite his hesitancy at his newly arrived visitors. Don't worry, Victoria told him. She was dressed in blue pants and a silver blouse today, the same color though shinier on her high-heeled stilettos. Thankfully, it wasn't real silver-spun thread, or Nadia would have broken out in serious skin irritation when Victoria had hugged her in relief a few moments ago. Harmiston could get her in without the ghosts paying attention. You can trust them both. The Count began and then stopped himself. He sat down on a chair and then bounced right back up. Listen, Nadia broke in. She had little patience for this back and forth. She had a job to do away from the rich and beautiful confines of the royal palace. We are here. Clearly, your son is the vamp I'm tasked with tracking down. Elisatra swallowed hard at this, his eyes expressing all the worry he wasn't saying out loud. In that moment, Nadia could see how much he cared for his son. What I'm curious about is why I'm here. Elisatra looked to Victoria, who smiled warmly at him. Something unspoken went back and forth between them, and Nadia saw how this was more than a mere attraction from the Count's side. They trusted each other. And by the sight of Victoria stepping closer and laying a hand on his shoulder, they cared for each other too. Why had she downplayed it so much to Nadia? It's my worst nightmare, Elisatra said, and shook his head. That the people I care for should be hunted by the Wraiths. He glanced at Victoria with a weak yet meaningful smile. We don't go after anyone who hasn't broken the rules and committed crimes. If this is your son, he has killed at least one human. I can't believe it, the man uttered. I'm sorry to say this, but this creature isn't your son anymore. The moment he was turned, the creature he turned into took control. But they don't all turn into vicious killers, do they? Nadia sighed. She didn't want to say this to a father who only wanted his son to be safe, to be the same good person he had hopefully always been. Vampires need blood to sustain their undead state, and many of them can't control themselves. This vamp went Earthside to hunt, and brought his victim here to feed. There's a literal blood trail running through the shade. She could add that the victim would have been petrified with fear and death anxiety, that they'd suffered a horrible death. But what would be the point in hurting the Count so? He lived in Agartha. He had to know how it was. But there is something different. No, there isn't, Nadia interrupted him. There never is. Armin, Victoria said before he could argue further. She let go of his shoulder and took his hand instead. You need to show her. The man hesitated. Show me what? Nadia asked. It's just follow me, he said, and walked out of the room, hand in hand with Victoria. Nadia looked at Harmiston, who shrugged, but they both followed. The Count led them further inside the apartments he occupied until they reached a room that was locked off. The Count had the key and soon let them all inside what turned out to be a standard bedroom. Standard when it came to luxury, that was. It was spacious and bright, with living room furniture to one side and a huge 4-poster bed to the other. Heavy drapes and beddings helped color the room. My son's room when he stays here, Elisatra said, when he noticed Nadia and Harmiston looking around in bewilderment. Nadia didn't know about Harmiston, but her rooms at the Cube would take up only 1/4 of this space, if even that. I see, she said, and then paused. Something smells burned. She wrinkled her nose, trying to pinpoint what it was. She couldn't be sure, but was it ashes or burnt bones? I told you she's good, Victoria said to the Count before she nodded toward the bed. Come have a look, she added to Nadia, who once again followed the couple, Harmiston in tow. The couple stopped at the foot of the bed, urging her on, and as she rounded the corner she saw the cause of the faint smell. A pile of ashes mixed with burned bones and part of a skull lay on the floor next to the bed. The fire would have been incredibly hot to burn so much bone, but Nadia knew immediately that this was no ordinary cremation. It was too tidy for that. First off, nothing else had burned, only the body, and it had gathered in an under-the-circumstances neat pile. A vampire died here, she said. Varric? Elisatra and Victoria both shook their heads. No, he added. This is not my son, but it was his doing. He disappeared after this. I haven't seen him since. Nadia raised an eyebrow. I have a hard time believing one vampire was allowed inside the palace. How did another one get onto the premises? We're not sure, the Count said. It could be possible, Harmiston mused, eyeing the pile of bones and ashes with his head cocked sideways. How so? Elisatra asked. I take it your son has lived here a long time? All his life. Whenever he's not been traveling or staying at the townhouse. Harmiston nodded. So the ghosts know him? Of course. Where are you going with this? Nadia asked. Well, it's the same reason Victoria can enter the Cube without question, or why I can still walk around in here. The Wraiths and ghosts know us, and we know them. Nadia nodded thoughtfully. So, you're saying he waited until some ghosts who could not sense a vamp due to innate magical abilities were on duty and then snuck one in? Harmiston flicked his hands out. It's plausible. Nadia sighed heavily. Unfortunately, it is. Not even the Wraiths or ghosts were infallible. Very well. She looked to Victoria and the Count. Who was this vamp? Her name was Quiana, and he was smitten with her. I didn't know she was a vampire either until it was too late. Only suspected. I think she was his maker, Elisatra said. That's how it works, isn't it? It is. But killed her? That's unlikely. The hold of a maker over their fledgling is incredibly strong, especially in the beginning. I don't know what to tell you except that she's dead, and my son killed her. The look of pure hatred he sent the remains left no illusion that he was glad she was dead. And that was a good thing. Normal people should not go on revenge sprees against vampires. It never ended well for them. And since he killed her, he can't be that bad, can he? There was desperation in his voice now. He'd been young when his son had been born, and he'd cared for him ever since. Nadia could sympathize. She truly could. But she couldn't turn the already shed blood into heavenly nectar. She gave Victoria an apologetic look. He dragged an Earthside human to our realm to feed on. She repeated the fact softly. There was no need to be cruel to get her point through. The Count's shoulders sagged, telling her he understood her meaning. He just so desperately wanted his son back, for him to be safe, for everything to be normal again. "Will you have to kill him then?" he asked, finally. "If I don't, then others will die." Elisatra closed his eyes, and Victoria moved closer and embraced him. Nadia walked over to Harmiston while the two had a moment. She also pointedly ignored listening to their shared whispers of comfort. When they withdrew from each other, Elisatra's eyes were hard and determined. "I can't let anyone else die because of him. But I beg of you, make it quick." "Of course. Do you know how to find him?" "Not yet, but I will. He already left one trail. He was also a young and newly turned vamp. He was bound to make mistakes." "Maybe there's a way to," Victoria began, looking as deflated as the man beside her, "to not mention Varric's name in this, so he can be remembered for who he truly was instead." So that was what it was. Victoria must have known all along that Nadia couldn't let a rogue vamp go free, but maybe his legacy didn't need to be sullied. Usually the Wraiths reported everything they knew. It was how it was because the information, no matter how seemingly insignificant, could be important to another Wraith down the line. "I suppose I might not recognize him," Nadia said finally, and purposely turned away from a few framed photos on a side table showing the young man and his friends in various happy situations. "After all, I have never met or seen him before." "Thank you," Elisatra said, and she could see the difficulty he had in uttering those words. This had nothing to do with shame or a negative impact on an influential family. This was about his love for his son. Nadia did not doubt that, especially since Victoria was helping him. She would never ask Nadia for this if it was just about aristocratic reputations. "Meanwhile," Harmiston said, and indicated the burned remains of Kiana the vampire. Nadia had no idea how she'd died. Sun rays through the window? A stake through the heart? Decapitation? They all burned afterward, regardless. Maybe it was nature's way of getting rid of these pests. "I'm assuming she's still here because you can't risk being spotted with her?" Harmiston asked. "In Agartha, a city with a vampire population, everyone would know what these remains were." There was also the fact that vampires were a squabbling group of bloodsuckers who could get vindictive when one of their own was killed. They wanted to squash any notions of vampire extinction pretty fast. It was why it helped the Wraiths to have their cooperation when one went rogue, just like Nerys had given Nadia. "I didn't know what to do," Elisatra admitted. "That's why I locked the door, so the servants wouldn't get involved. I can't send them out with it. What if the vampires see them and punish them?" "We can take it," Harmiston said. "We can?" Nadia felt confused. She wasn't in the hiding crimes business, but despite that, half an hour later, she left the Count's apartments, helping Harmiston carry a large box containing the remains of Quiana the vampire, because, as Harmiston put it, who would bother checking what a chronicler and an assistant were up to? It was probably just dusty books anyway. "Isn't this exciting?" the chronicler asked her while they carefully wound their way back toward the royal library. He was right, though. No one cared what they were doing. "Is it?" Nadia could think of 100 more exciting things that fell into her daily duties. "It certainly beats being a ghost chronicler. Or being stuck in the spellbound halls? Ugh, yes, that. Now we're helping someone. That's a good thing," he said, and flashed her a smile over the box, which she couldn't help but return. It certainly wasn't their clandestine little task at hand that did it. They returned to the tunnels in peace and undiscovered, and left Quiana's remains there. It worried Nadia, though, the degree to which some people could pass under both the Wraiths and the ghosts' noses without drawing any attention. Chapter 8. The smell of death and blood floated above and snaked through a gathered crowd of Agarthans the next morning. Nadia was headed to the shade to further investigate Varric's gateway when she sensed it. Someone had died recently, the blood still fresh enough for her to pick up on it. She stopped and took in the crowd. Agarthans were used to crime, but killings by supernatural creatures, and vamps in particular, was something they shied away from. One never knew if a dead body was a ruse to lure another victim nearer. By Nadia's estimation, there were close to 100 curious Agarthans present now, so that fear would be unfounded. Vampires were strong, but one of them couldn't handle all of this. The whole thing rendered her curious, though, so she sidled closer, listening to the gossiping people around as they let her pass when they noticed her clothes. No one wanted to argue with a wraith. Smells of perfume, bodies, soap, and tobacco came at her from every angle, and she was relieved to spot another dark figure ahead that she recognized. "Corinne," she said in greeting when she reached the shield. "Nadia, you heard?" "Just saw the crowd and smelled the cause. They're all whispering about Tracandis. That true?" Corinne nodded, confirming what everyone around was saying. "Atherton is here." She pointed toward the dead body, but Nadia couldn't see it yet. Together, she and Corinne pushed through the crowd to reach the front. There, the cause of the most telling smells lay on the street, right at the entrance of an alley between two tall buildings. The sun was up, but there were shadows in there. That didn't stop Nadia from seeing the dead body. It was a man, and he lay splayed on his back, his throat and chest ripped open. No wonder she could smell the blood through the crowd then. It was everywhere, on the ground, on the walls, all over the dead man. Atherton stood there, inspecting the scene while the police waited a few meters away for him to finish. Nadia and Corinne walked closer. "Hey, Atherton," Nadia greeted the other shadow. "They're all saying," she began, and pointed at the crowd with a backward thumb, "that this was the work of Tracandis." "Looks like it," Atherton said, and dipped his chin at them both before focusing on the dead man. "Look how deep the claw marks are. He ripped out muscle tissue, tendons. It's absolutely overkill." "Yes. Seems like your man then," Nadia said. "I just smelled it and thought I'd have a look." "You're hunting a vamp, right?" "Yes." Atherton nodded. "Then you're the lucky one. You don't have to handle this." "Yes," she agreed. "Lucky me." She just had to cover up her target's identity, thereby breaking the rules of the Wraiths. She looked down at the poor man who'd met this end. At least she didn't have it that bad. "Remember what I said," she told Atherton. "Be careful." She waved a hand toward the body. "This is what you're up against." She took her leave of her fellow Wraiths and skirted around the curious crowd to get away. She knew how to keep cool and calm, but even the memory of the mauled body bothered her. She'd seen worse, of course, but it was always easier to detest murderers when she didn't know them. She hastened her steps and began walking toward the shade in earnest, almost grateful her case was a simple vamp. Whether she had once known Darrow, or Tracandis as Agarthans referred to him, going after a werevamp hybrid was no one's wish, but as if she'd conjured him simply by thinking of him, that was exactly what happened. "Nadia," Darrow said from inside an alley right when she walked past. She froze and spun her head, but he was standing 30 meters away, a mischievous smile on his handsome face. What was he doing there? So close to the crime scene? Nadia couldn't think about that. Or that this might be a trap. She had a duty, and since he showed up voluntarily, he gave her no choice. She drew her sword and strode into the alley. "Ah, come now," Darrow laughed, gloved hands up in front of him. "Whatever happened to a friendly chat? Is that what you had with the dead body 2 blocks over when he was still alive?" she asked him. Darrow only chuckled, like it was amusing to him. Then he flashed her a grin and ran down the alley. Nadia followed, ignoring the awakening drunk next to some trash cans who squealed in fear at the sight of her. Darrow disappeared around the corner down there, and she sped up, only slowing down before she rounded it herself. She entered a proper street, but it was quiet. A few people out shopping, some cars parked along the curb. The few people who were close enough gave her a wide berth as usual at the sight of her drawn weapon. She couldn't pick out his scent from any others. "Took you long enough," Darrow said, and she whipped around to see him behind her. How she hated the speed he'd been gifted when cursed with his hybridism. "What do you want, Darrow?" "I saw you coming from that murder scene." "The one you created, you mean? They'll be screaming for your head soon if you keep terrorizing the city." "Who says I am?" he said. She noticed he'd pulled the hood of his jacket up, and that he was out in the sunshine. Granted, it seemed to bother him slightly, but still. "Are you saying you're not guilty?" Darrow sighed and then shrugged like it didn't much matter to him. "Am I supposed to answer that? Your mind is made up already, isn't it? I saw you talking to the Wraith tasked with killing me." "There are no rules against me doing the deed, though." Darrow gave a lopsided smile. "You certainly tried the last time we met." He made a grimace of assumed hurt and then indicated his shaded face. "But, as you can see, the silver grenade didn't kill me." He cocked his head sideways. "Nor you, for that matter. It pays to be a half-breed sometimes." He clearly didn't know and didn't need to learn of her failure to kill him when he'd been unconscious afterward. That had been a terrible mistake. A man a few streets over had paid a horrible price for her misplaced compassion. "So it does," Darrow agreed. He had the same intense look in his eyes, the most visible sign of his fractured mind, but for a moment, something seemed to fall into place for him. A look of acceptance crossed his face, and Nadia knew in that instant that their fate was settled for him. He knew she had kept a secret from him. He just didn't know what it was, and he knew she would stop him at any cost in finding out. Why had he even shown himself? Did he think she would let him roam the city, killing random Agarthans? Or not so random ones? She didn't know why the man who'd been ripped to death had been put through that, but it didn't matter. This was not the first victim of Tracandis, or her old friend Darrow, the father of her sweet and innocent child. The street seemed to spin around her for a moment. It felt like too much, but she was one of the Queen's Wraiths. Such desperation could not overpower her. "It's too bad you know," he said, his voice full of lamentation. "You could leave the Wraiths, join me." "Join you? In what? Gathering your little club of cast-offs and angry wares who will follow you? To get myself that tattoo of yours to prove my allegiance? There are worse things. The Wraiths. The Wraiths gave me a home, an education, purpose, honor, family." She stepped forward with her sword raised, and Darrow tensed at once. Someone screamed behind her, frightened by the sight of an armed Wraith approaching someone in the street. She didn't turn to look. No, she kept her eyes solely on Darrow. "I have no idea of what you're up to, Darrow, but these attempts at manipulating me are getting old." She took another step, and he quickly reached into his jacket pocket. Nadia sped up, ready to strike, but the sudden removal of his hand from the pocket stopped her short. "Slow down, please," he said with a smile, his gloved hand raised and holding a metal orb, a silver grenade. Remember this?" Nadia stared at the weapon. She'd used one on him inside the shade. It hadn't killed her, but if the grenade exploded close enough, it might. And the silver shrapnel hurt and tormented her skin when it hit and burrowed in. "So, you're going to kill me?" she asked. "Didn't you just try to attack me with a sword? Inlaid with silver, no doubt. You Wraiths like that kind of thing." Nadia didn't deny it. Her sword was indeed inlaid with silver. Every Wraith needed that edge. "For what it's worth," Darrow said and took a step back. "I didn't kill that man." "Your word's not worth anything," she said, and took a tentative step forward. Darrow shook his head in exasperation then, and pressed the tiny button on the orb before he threw the grenade. Nadia stopped short again, eyes on the silver orb as it hit the ground and bounced off it. She didn't stay put to watch where it would land. Instead, she ran sideways and lapped onto the hood of a parked car, sliding over it to seek cover. The explosion roared through the street, silver shrapnel spraying everywhere with the pressure wave. Nadia landed next to the vehicle's front tire and curled up, pulling her coat over her head and neck to protect herself from the rain of silver dust that followed in the explosion's wake. People screamed. She heard many feet hitting the ground, fleeing the scene. Soon, the police would come and calm things down. Nadia pulled her coat down, and then the hood over her head and dared to move, when the worst of the rain of silver subsided. She got up and saw the entire section of the street she was at glitter from the damage. She was breathing hard, angered, and shocked at the sudden danger. And then, her focus returned as she scanned the street and saw Darrow further down, scaling the side of a building, using the ever-present gargoyles of the city for handholds. "No, you don't," she whispered, and ran after him. Chapter 9. Darrow had no idea she was following him. Of that Nadia had no doubt. It was the only reason she was able to keep track of him. She wasn't sure if he'd tried to kill her with the silver grenade or not. She'd had enough warning to get out of the way, and the expensive car parked close by had taken the brunt of it. But at the very least, Darrow had meant to hurt her to get away. But why had he lured her close to begin with? To profess his innocence in killing that man? Why bother? He'd been causing havoc all over the city lately, so why was this important to him? Unless it was all some mind game to get her to reveal her secret to him. Her turning her back on him all those years ago had been so out of character he couldn't make sense of it. But then, she'd had to protect her daughter. That hadn't changed now. Darrow kept to the high ground for a while before climbing down again and moving through the streets. Nadia kept a good distance, wanting to avoid him hearing her, but she had to keep just close enough to see him. She tried picking up his scent, but there was nothing to latch onto. He had to be using bland asphodel to hide any odorous tracks. This meant that the moment she lost sight of him, she would lose him. Thankfully, she knew the city like the back of her hand and kept track of him with a series of maneuvers involving side streets and dark alleys, anticipating his movements and some luck. He went in the general direction of Nightworth, but not all the way there. About half an hour after the explosion, she saw him walk up the front steps to a grand-looking townhouse and unlock and enter through the front door. Nadia stopped short at the sight and then slid into the shadows between two houses down the street. This was an expensive area. The lack of high-rises told her that. Only the wealthy could afford the old houses, mansions with gardens. The residents of these areas were powerful enough to prevent the upward expansion of the city. They wanted their peace and quiet, their space. So, why was Darrow entering one of these townhouses like he owned it? It didn't make sense. He'd never been poor, and he'd never been rich. Did this have something to do with the group he was building? Nadia remained in the shadows for several minutes, never taking her eyes off the mansion. It seemed normal enough, but she noticed the boarded-up windows in both the basement and a few sections of the upper floors. It was done tastefully, and the material covering the openings didn't stand out unless one looked. A house to avoid the sun at all times, and somewhere to entertain non-vampire guests. Darrow was a vampire. She'd seen for herself how his hybrid state helped him in daylight. He was, after all, human and werewolf as well as a vampire. It had to pain him, like silver pained her, but it didn't kill him. Still, the boarded-up windows had to be a relief. She shook her head and walked out of the secluded space and headed down the street, away from the mansion. A girl carrying a large satchel containing newspapers came her way. "Hey," Nadia said and stopped right in front of her. "I don't want any trouble, Wraith," the girl, no more than 14, said. "Neither do I." Nadia fished a few coins out of a pocket. Wraiths needed little money. Everything was provided for them from the Queen's coffers, but sometimes the actual thing came in handy. "Do you usually work here?" she asked and held the coins out, right out of the girl's reach. The girl, gangly, auburn-haired, and with a suspicious look in her eyes, considered the money. She landed on the side of trying to acquire them. "Yes." "Tell me who lives in that house over there, the one with a few boarded-up windows." The girl looked like she felt shivers at the mention of the house. "That's Jade Mansion. I don't deliver there." "But you know who lives there?" The girl nodded. "It's a vampire. Everyone around here avoids him." "His name?" Nadia was curious about what alias Darrow used. It could help Atherton. "Casimir Temedius." Nadia took a second. Then she nodded slowly, her thoughts running wild. "Thanks," she told the girl and handed her the money. The girl snatched it from her palm. "Are you here to kill him, then?" "What?" "That's what you Wraiths do, right?" Nadia said non-committally. "He won't be missed." "I'm sure he won't," Nadia agreed. The girl went on her way with her papers, tucking the coins into a pocket, and Nadia went in the other direction with a lighter purse and a confused mind. A few houses down, she turned right and circled behind the townhouses across the street from Casimir's. She shook her head as she walked, assessing the buildings. Casimir Temedius. So that was the homeowner's name. She'd thought him a curious vamp at Nightworth, but now she suspected his striking up a conversation with her wasn't all that coincidental. If Jade Mansion, as the girl had called it, belonged to Casimir, then he knew Darrow. She could only assume he knew about their past then. But why did they know each other? And why was Darrow there? He'd had a key. Did he live there? What vampire wanted a werevamp hybrid nearby? They saw them as abominations, just like the werewolves did. It was the one thing the two groups could agree on. Not any wiser, she considered the houses, and her choice fell on the 1-3 properties down. It had a portico on ground level, several small windows and small balconies. It all spoke of wealth and was easy to climb. It was like they were inviting thieves. But Nadia was not a thief, and the feature that interested her the most was the flat terrace up there, next to a half floor that looked like a small tower up against the terrace. She went over there, listened for sounds of nearby people or smells, but the area appeared empty. She doubted the owners worked. They were likely at court. Any servants present were not busy on the upper floors, and her climb up the wall, using every feature to aid her in her ascent, went unnoticed. Darrow was gathering a group of wares around him. At least that was her theory, and he hadn't denied it when she'd confronted him about it. But she thought he'd been recruiting werewolves, not vampires. And Casimir struck her as a strong vampire, high up in their hierarchy, rich and probably old, though that was hard to know, judging by the appearance of a creature that didn't age. From what she knew, Darrow was the only vampire to ever have aged, but he was different. The rules didn't seem to apply to him, at least not completely. Nadia crawled over the barrier that was reminiscent of a white picket fence, but a lot sturdier, and found herself on a lovely terrace with deck chairs, a large table to match, a grill, and an array of potted green plants. This didn't concern her so much beyond noting her surroundings. She kept to the wall and moved until she had an unobstructed view of Jade Mansion. Choosing this house gave not only a good vantage point, but it also left her right out of any vampire and Darrow's hearing range. She couldn't be sure of it, of course, but she hoped so. Nadia knew she should head to the shade and continue her hunt for Varric, but now the hunt for the truth about Darrow seemed not more important, but more pressing. She wouldn't get a chance like this again. She couldn't even know if he lived in Jade Mansion. Maybe he was just here for business and would then head off to his real hideout. She needed to know. She didn't even know how much she could tell Atherton about this. The less the Wraiths knew about her continued connection to Darrow, the better. That meant avoiding such things ending up in Darrow's file. Every Wraith could read those, which meant everyone would have questions for her. And worst of all, suspicions. It wasn't lost on her that due to her recent actions, such suspicions would be well-founded. She couldn't dwell on it. She knew what she knew and had mulled it over enough for now. Only a vigilant eye could add more information to the mystery that was Casmere, so she settled in to wait and keep an eye on the house. Unfortunately, she hadn't counted on someone keeping an eye on her. There was no smell to warn her, and even more curiously, there was no sound. The only warning she got was the slight movement of a shadow far to her left. Her skin prickled at the sensation of being watched. Someone was sneaking up behind her. Someone who had climbed up to the terrace with no sound. Nadia jumped forward between the table and deck chairs and rolled in a fluent motion, getting to her feet and turning. A man, big and heavily muscled, with dark hair, dressed in Earthside jeans and a black t-shirt, hit the wall right next to where her head had been with a large wooden bat. The smack against the brick was the first sound she heard him make. "Come here, Wraith," he commanded, his voice gruff and loud enough to make his order clear. Wraiths didn't take orders from citizens, certainly not the kind who tried to bash their heads in. Nadia drew her sword and glided sideways, her eyes on the man, or on the werewolf, rather. She saw his eyes change into an agitated yellow, his worked-up state showing his true self. Her free hand slid to the silver grenade fastened to her belt, but her hand froze before she touched it. The grenades were expensive, and she blinked, realizing now where Darrow had even gotten the funds for such a weapon. Casmere. And why was a soundless werewolf lurking around across the street, following her up here? She was a Wraith, and yes, some creatures were silly in their hubris, thinking it a grand feat to take one out. She didn't think that was what this was, especially since he still didn't make a sound beyond his voice. "This is not a good choice," she warned the werewolf, but he only shook his head, his bat raised to attack again. "Why are you up here, following me?" she asked. "I'm not following you," the werewolf said with a laugh, his smile more of a smirk. "I'm here to stop people like you." He hefted his bat to make his point. "You've seen too much, Wraith," he said with a quick nod in the direction of Jade Mansion. "I just saw someone walk through a door." "Yes, and that inspired you to try to see more." He actually tutted at her. "So, you're the watchdog?" He scoffed, and the smirk disappeared. "I'm here to stop you, to blind you so you can't see anymore. I am here to silence you." Chapter 10. Nadia, utterly focused on the werewolf and his bat, watched Jade Mansion out of the corner of her eye. Nothing moved over there. No one came running out. There were no shouts. No one even sneaking out quietly. She did not want to draw Darrow's attention. For once, she knew something about him. He wasn't aware she knew. He'd underestimated her, and that was a good thing. But not for long if this guard had any say, and a guard was exactly what he was. The only reason she hadn't spotted him while scouting the area was that she couldn't hear him or smell him. He was cleverly hidden, and the smell could easily be disguised with bland asphodel, but the lack of sound? That usually took some heavier magic. Attacking one of the Queen's Wraiths is against the law, she told him. Like I care about her law. It's for humans and other species. No, it applies to us all. Not for long. Nadia frowned at the comment, but that was when the guard attacked. He jumped forward onto the table and leaped toward her, bat raised. Nadia swept sideways and swung her sword, parrying the bat and forcing it in another direction than her head. The guard hit the deck and didn't let up. He swung the bat again, but the thick and blunt weapon was easy to see for someone trained to fight light and thin blades blurring through the air. Nadia parried and deflected his attempts, all the while moving back, away from the side of the terrace facing the street where Jade Mansion lay. She didn't think they could be heard, but she sure didn't want to be seen by anyone in there either. Time to rid the guard of the bat. She didn't need to see the edge where she'd climbed up to know it was there. She had no wish to tumble over, head first. The bat came her way again, and this time she angled the blade of her sword so it bit into the wood. The guard stumbled a step, the bat not swinging freely anymore. Nadia moved forward, twisted, and kicked him in the gut. He grunted in pain and stumbled some more, holding onto the bat for dear life. Nadia jumped back and yanked her sword toward her. The bat, with her blade biting deep into it, was wrenched from his hands. Nadia retreated to the barrier in quick, short steps, never turning her back on him. She swung her sword and slammed the bat against the barrier. The abrupt impact knocked it off her sword, and it clattered to the deck, out of his reach. The guard regained his balance and gave her a death glare. Without a weapon, he simply ran toward her and shifted while in motion. Nadia saw his human features change into the wolfish form of a werewolf in a mere second. A bipedal creature, fully covered in dark grayish-brown fur, with a huge and heavily muscled body which retained some human-like proportions. His pointed ears, fangs, and muzzle were not human in the least. Nadia dove sideways and landed with a roll ending in a crouch. The werewolf, despite its size, twisted fast to avoid crashing into and through the barrier. It was big enough to do so. The townhouse wasn't built to withstand the impact of such an imposing creature. Unfortunately, Nadia had little space to move in. The werewolf bounded after her, front paws to the deck, maw open to bite. She twisted sideways, barely avoiding a full-on collision that would have pummeled her to the wall of the tower-like structure. She barely had time to slice at him, and only did so by instinct. The yelp from the beast told her she'd hit him. The silver inlaid in her blade would hurt doubly. It made it hard for werewolves to heal fast. She spun quickly, ready for him again. He didn't disappoint, and attacked at once, roaring toward her. It was the biggest flaw of many a werewolf not having the patience to use their wit instead of their size and strength. Coming right at an armed wraith was like running straight at a moving car. Only luck let you escape. Nadia lunged, a feint, but it unsettled the werewolf, just like she'd hoped. He skidded and tried to evade her blade, but it already came at him from another angle as Nadia slashed from below, hitting his hind leg. The beast uttered a whine that quickly turned into a growl. Nadia backed up again, this time to reach for her coat with her left hand. She used it as a layer between her skin and the coiled silver chain on her belt. She yanked it loose and uncoiled it. The werewolf was already following her, a slight limp to his steps, but he didn't give up. She couldn't read any surprise on the animalistic face, but his sudden attempt to stop mid-attack showed it clear enough. Nadia threw the silver chain toward him, and it coiled around his thick neck. She thought she saw something blinking below his throat then, but his sudden recoiling maneuver brought her back to the situation. The silver bit into his fur and underlying skin. His panicked pain was what she needed. She approached fast, sword at the ready, but the werewolf saw her. He desperately pounced to the side, blinded by pain, and then jumped over the barrier to get away. Nadia skidded to a halt, breathing hard, and stared toward the edge. She didn't hear the telltale thump of something so heavy landing on the ground below. What the? She ran over and peered over the edge. There, far below on the ground, lay the werewolf, motionless on the cobbled backyard of the townhouse. Nadia didn't spend any time thinking about it. She sheathed her sword and drew her small silver blade knife. She couldn't risk being completely unarmed. She held the hilt in one hand and quickly climbed over the barrier and began her descent, fast, but slower than the werewolf had gone down. Her hands hurt when she reached the lower part of the wall, but she needed to act fast. The wolf had fallen 3 stories, but his kind healed fast. So did Nadia, at least to a certain extent, and it had served her well many times. But now the werewolf might be up and fighting again while she still had her back to him. A series of grunts from below told her time was running out. She glanced down over her shoulder and saw the werewolf turn its massive head and stare up at her. The yellow eyes squinted into pure hatred, and he began moving. Nadia moved faster, her handholds more reckless. When she deemed it safe enough, she let go and jumped down. Bolts of pain shot up her legs, but she gritted her teeth and ran toward the werewolf. He was getting up on his legs, struggling from the wounds she had inflicted upon him, and the silver around his neck. "No, you don't!" Nadia uttered and ran fast, the knife ready in her hand. She jumped forward just as the beast got up on all 4s and was about to leap forward to get away. Nadia mostly landed on the cobblestones, but her free hand grabbed onto fur, yanking his left leg back and slicing through it with her knife. She heard the snap of a tendon, and the werewolf yelped in agony before falling flat on the ground when his leg gave in under him. A backward kick hit Nadia in the side, and she cried out in pain, but she didn't give up. She crawled forward, up on the massive and furry frame of the beast. He twisted in desperation, trying to shake her off. She grabbed a handful of dark fur on top of his head. "Stop it!" she warned him. And that was all he heard since he didn't listen to her, and swiped at her with his enormous clawed paw. Nadia reacted without thinking, moving the silver knife below his head and slicing to stop his attack. The warm spray of blood from his throat caught her fingers and then spilled onto the ground. His dangerous clawed paw fell too in the ensuing panic. Nadia rolled off him, landed in a crouch, knife at the ready. The werewolf twitched as it bled out, and she realized she could hear the movements, the soft scrapes against the ground now. Before the werewolf died, he slowly turned back into his human form. Nadia stood still, behind his back, not wanting to frighten him anymore in his last moments. She couldn't help her breathing, though. Likely that was the last thing he ever heard. When she could hear no more of him, she winced at the hit she'd taken in her side. She shifted her shoulders and back tentatively, but accepting the immediate pain, she was probably all right. Still, she didn't move. Instead, she remained motionless, ever listening. No one came closer or retreated that she could discern. No one inside the townhouse moved either. Whatever had stopped him from making any noise had worked wonders when the large werewolf had fought her. She should get away from the place, but she needed to know what caused it. She needed to know something else about him, too. She stepped closer and wiped her knife's blade on his jeans, leaving streaks of his blood there, too. Then she sheathed it and took hold of his shoulder, heaving him over onto his back. His eyes were open, his skin paler than it had been minutes ago. Nadia shook her head and took hold of the hem of his t-shirt. His arms were bare, so there was nothing to see there. But under the t-shirt, bathed in blood and placed above his ribs, was the tattoo she had suspected all along. 4 lines, reminiscent of claw marks, cut through by 2 lines, symbolizing vampire fangs. Tracandus, she whispered. This was the symbol of his followers. She could hardly believe Darrow had managed to get any werewolf to follow him. But it was the truth, no matter how inconceivable. And this was the second of his followers she had killed. She shook her head at the impossible situation and yanked some more at the t-shirt, almost ripping it off. And there, on a chain, was an amulet. It lay against his bloody chest, a matte turquoise color to it. Nadia bent and yanked it off him before letting go of the t-shirt. She stared at the amulet. A blank orb of some sort of special glass. If that had been the case, it would have broken when he landed on his stomach. No, it was cracked, and it did not glow. She was sure she had seen it do so for a second there, up on the roof. She peered closer at it, and there was something inside it. It looked like a petrified tiny creature, almost like a fossil. Something that was curled together, a lizard or a small snake. It couldn't be more than 2 centimeters. Nadia didn't know what to make of it, but it had to be the cause of the guard's ability to move without a sound. When it had broken upon impact, she had heard his movements. The only sound not subdued was his voice and his weapon hitting surfaces. She glanced down at the dead body and considered him. Few werewolves had the money to buy such magic. Unlike vampires, they had more of a hot-headed disposition, and they didn't live long undead lives, hoarding wealth. Someone else had to have provided this amulet for him. She wiped the blood off the magical item as best she could and stuffed it in a pocket. Then, she got to cleaning up what she could. She wiped the blood off her hands, too, and put her gloves on, retrieving her silver chain, coiling it up, and realizing she'd need to clean it later. There was nothing to use around here. Then she considered the entire scene in general. A dead body. Someone would identify him as a werewolf at some point. Or maybe Casimir or Darrow would find him first. She couldn't help that now. She sighed and pulled out the few bland asphodels she had left and began grinding them up between her hands and scattering them all over herself, the body, and the surrounding area. Then, she climbed back up to the terrace and did the same thing there. No matter who was called to this scene, the police, the Wraiths, Casimir, or Darrow, no one would be able to pick up her scent. Suspicion would arise on all sides, but she would have nothing to do with it. It was strange, she thought, how she'd accumulated a hoard of lies lately after Darrow had shown up again. Before she had only lied to the Wraiths about having a child. Now the lies were becoming bounteous. When she was done hiding any trace of herself, she didn't leave the area immediately. Instead, she snuck around the houses, eyes and ears on the lookout for any more guards. If there were any, they were hiding. She didn't get the sense of being watched, though, and ended up thinking this guard might have been the only one. With masking his scent and noise, he'd had a significant advantage over anyone spying on Casimir's home. It was still broad daylight, but Nadia couldn't help it. When she was certain she was alone, except for normal citizens going about their day, she moved closer to Jade Mansion again. She made sure not to be seen. She did not want to be identified later, but she had to see, and she didn't have to wait long. She was standing, hidden among some trees further up the street from the townhouse where someone was bound to find the dead body soon. It was a small and secluded space, created for the residents in the area to have somewhere green to relax in the underground city. It was wedged between 2 properties, but trees and grass grew well enough with the sunlight reflected from the sky above, and the angle let her see into Jade Mansion from the other side than the terrace had. There were lights on, and though a human wouldn't have discerned much, Nadia could. And what she saw was Darrow entering a set of rooms, reminiscent of an apartment. He looked at home, like this was where he would retreat to when he didn't have business elsewhere in the house. His windows were not boarded up. He threw his jacket on some furniture Nadia couldn't see above the windowsill. He then poured something into a glass he soon raised to his lips. Nadia sighed. She didn't relish telling Nilafar this. Whatever the tattooed sign of claws and fangs meant, beyond the obvious, Casimir had to be in on it, and he had provided Darrow with a safe house. The impossibility was becoming a true nightmare. Chapter 11. "Hi, Nad," Nilafar said when she walked into her weapons store. She gave a customer leaving with a large bag a nod and then focused on Nadia. "Oh, this can't be good," she commented the moment the door closed behind the man. "What?" Nadia asked. She was drenched in bland asphodel, so Nilafar surely couldn't smell any blood on her. "Those are blood stains, and there are silver flecks in your hair," the older woman pointed out. Nadia frowned, then sighed and nodded. Nilafar was a full blood. It didn't matter that Nadia's clothes were mostly black. She could spot the stains on her sleeve and pant leg anyway. As for the silver, Nadia slipped a glove on and took hold of her long braid, and sure enough, a couple of light silver fragments had gotten stuck in it. Thankfully, they had been on the upper side of the braid and not touched her skin. "Here," Nilafar said. "Let me get you some tweezers for that." She rummaged behind the counter and found a pair she handed to Nadia. "What happened?" she added when Nadia began plucking the silver pieces from her hair. "I met Darrow. Or rather, he met me. We talked, then he threw a silver grenade at me." She held up one silver fragment, and Nilafar took a cup from her desk and held it out for her. Nadia dropped the metal in it and did the same with the other one. Then she let go of her braid and handed the tweezers back to Nilafar. "I can't," Nilafar began and then sighed in exasperation. "He did that." "Threw a silver grenade at you?" "In all fairness, I threw one at him the last time we met." Nadia smiled sheepishly. Nilafar rubbed her hands over her face. "He is a threat, so your actions I understand. But the other way around? I can't believe it. He might not have been trying to kill me. He was probably buying himself time to get away from me." "Did it work?" "No." "Good." Nilafar went and sat on the stool behind the counter, and Nadia jumped up on it and sat there, next to the till. "I followed him, and I have news for you, but you won't like it. Everything about my son already causes me nothing but pain. Go ahead." Nadia did, telling her about her discovery of where Darrow lived. The news made Nilafar lose all color on her face. She gripped the edge of the counter but told Nadia to get on with it anyway. "So, he has teamed up with a vampire?" "Yes. A wealthy one, too. I don't know about his standing within Nightworth yet. He doesn't live there, but he was there to talk to Nerys, so..." She flicked her hands out. "He could be pretending to adhere to Nyerys's rule," Nilafar said. She drew a deep breath and then forcefully gathered herself, because the worry and hurt vanished from her face. "So, my son is joined by at least one vampire and several werewolves. Obviously, they are planning something." "I agree. I just don't know what. And for what purpose? Ideology? That's strange considering the werewolves and vampires have their own agendas on each their end already. Why join such a... abomination?" Nilafar suggested. "It's all right. I know that's what he has become." "I was going to say, disadvantageous creature. What can an alliance such as this provide that they're not getting already? Whatever it is, it's good enough for them all to go against their own. The younger wares that have disappeared from Calmont Hollow must think it's worth it at least." "Well, one of them no longer breathes after he tried killing me today, so it can't have been that beneficial to his future prospects." "Is that the reason for the bloodstains?" Nadia nodded. "I came right here to tell you since I now know something of what Darrow is doing." "Thank you for that." Nilüfar leaned back as far as she could without a back support and crossed her arms over her chest. The whispers, you know. Your friends? Nadia could well imagine it. Nilüfar was a werewolf and had lived here in Calmont Hollow her whole life. She was an outspoken voice in their community and had refused to let anyone speak ill of Nadia and her brother Nikolai when they were growing up. Their mother had been human, their father a full-blood werewolf who hadn't been much to rely on. That had lasted until he'd gotten himself killed in a fight with some other, stronger wares, and that had been it. When their mother had died a few years after, Nilüfar, who had been their neighbor, had stepped in and helped. Soon after, Nadia had joined the Wraiths. Nikolai, who was a few years older, had gone Earthside, his interests in technology drawing him there. Nadia had been grateful to the Wraiths ever since, because this had let her brother travel instead of taking care of her like he had decided to do. Only her joining the Wraiths without his knowledge had set him free, and in a sense, her too. She had always admired the Wraiths. In this way, they had both made it through that time, but Nilüfar had been a rock for them both. She was for many people, and around these parts, they listened to her. When her son had been turned into a were-vamp hybrid, her world had tumbled to a crash. But most people had still treated her well, and still listened when she spoke. They knew she hadn't wished for this, that she didn't condone her son's actions. "I thought they treated you well," Nadia said. "Most do, but some wonder if I keep in touch with him. Why would I? I don't hate him for what he became. I don't hate him at all, but I despise what he's done. Killing people. That's not how I raised him." "I know. And you are not responsible for his actions. What he did and what he's doing now, that's all his choice." Nilüfar nodded. "He seemed so much more helpless back then, though." "Back then?" Nadia straightened her back attentively. "What do you mean?" "Didn't I tell you?" "He came to me once, back when he was turned." "No, I don't think you did. Although, I was struggling with my own things then, so maybe you told me and I forgot." Nilüfar got a wistful smile on her lips, no doubt thinking of her granddaughter. "Probably." "So, what happened?" "He came here one night, upstairs," she clarified and pointed at the ceiling and her apartment above. "He was raving mad. Nothing he said made sense. He just wanted to go back to the way things were." "That was never going to happen." "I know, and I told him as much. I don't think he wanted to believe me. He was only a boy, 17 and his whole world destroyed by a crazed vampire. If I ever were to kill anyone, it would be his maker." "I remember." It was like he refused to accept what had happened to him. And no wonder. "Yes." "So I told him to leave. I couldn't help him. I knew the Wraiths were under orders to kill him on sight, but I couldn't turn him in either." She lowered her brows and looked up at Nadia. "Does this surprise you?" "No. Only the fact that I didn't know about it. But I suppose it makes sense he came here. You were his family. He had no one." Nadia was about to say more, but a thought struck her. "That's right," she mumbled. "He had no one else." "Nadia, are you all right?" Nilüfar asked, standing up and peering closely at her. "Yes, I am. I just realized something. Until my mother died, I would have gone to her too with such a big problem. Any child would." I'm not quite following you." "It's all right. For once, Darrow's behavior makes sense. Going to see your parent in a crisis. That's what most people would do. Even young and frightened new vamps." Chapter 12. The ledge provided enough room for Nadia to sit cross-legged while watching the townhouse of Count Armin Elisatra. Nadia sat, like she had for most of the last 48 hours, in a light, meditative state, both to avoid boredom and to remain as concealed from nearby threats as possible. She sat high on the side of the townhouse right opposite Stonewater Mansion, Elisatra's home, hidden under the gabled roof, between two small gargoyles. The grotesque creatures, fanged and clawed, were covered by patches of moss and cobwebs, but none of that bothered Nadia. They had been placed there to fit with the rest of the city, no doubt, but at the moment they helped conceal her from prying eyes. In her meditative state, her heart rate was lowered, her breathing slow, her mind relaxed. This was not the same as the deep diving technique the Wraiths used to prevent vampires and shifters to read their reactions based on their bodies' states. This allowed her to both go somewhere else and stay in the here and now at the same time, and at the present she was keeping an eye out for Varric, fledgling vampire, sired by the late Quiana. Nadia had the perfect view of Elisatra's home. She couldn't see the back, but there would always be one side she couldn't monitor. Besides, Elisatra was aware and on the alert. The servants had been dismissed, and he was alone in the grand house. It was situated about a 15-minute walk from Jade Mansion. The rich and powerful occupied a closed-off space. The rest of the city was for the regular population who mostly lived on top of each other. This became clear the more time one spent in the wealthier parts. The area around the Count's home was quiet, especially now when it was late at night. Upon returning from Nilüfar's a couple of days earlier, Nadia had figured out how to track down Varric, a desperate young fledgling vamp who even killed his maker, if the Count was right on that account, would be alone and confused. Considering his young age, she had high hopes he would seek out the one person who'd cared for him his whole life, his father. If even a desperate and young Darrow had sought out his parent, then why would Varric be any different? But the waiting game was a long one. Still, it was better for anyone's sanity not to be searching continually inside the shade. Of course, if Varric didn't show up soon, she would have to head back there. Maybe she could wait for him Earthside, but who knew how long it would take? Besides, the only reason she thought he'd go back through the same gateway was because he'd been on his way back there when she'd followed his trail the first time. No, she still thought he would come here. Nadia had talked to Victoria the first chance she'd gotten, and she had relayed her message to Elisatra. He'd had to leave court for a few days and go to his townhouse. Varric had been incredibly lucky when sneaking a vampire into the palace. The odds of him, especially such a panicked vamp, getting inside now were slim at best. He couldn't break in by climbing the walls either. If he caught a whiff of his father being here in the privacy of his home, it would be easier for his son to reach him. Elisatra had struck Nadia as a reasonable man, and he'd proven her right by going along with her plan. Unfortunately, as she was about to find out, Elisatra wasn't the one she needed to worry about sticking to the agreement. A car drove along the street down there, but unlike the others that had passed earlier, this one slowed down and came to a stop right in front of the Elisatra home. The car was a standard Agarthan-produced vehicle, gray, large, and bulky, not like the small and sleeker Earthside equivalents. These were used mostly by the upper strata of Agarthan society. There weren't that many places to drive except around the city. Nadia focused the not withdrawn consciousness of her mind on the movement, finding Varric arriving by car a strange thing. But Varric did not emerge from it. Instead, a woman stepped out, said a word to the driver, and closed the door. The car drove away and left Victoria behind. Nadia remained in her introspective state. She couldn't risk the young vampire detecting her, but this was troubling. Victoria was not supposed to be here. Nadia had expressively said so. Only the Count should be in the house. He was the one person his son wouldn't hurt. At least she hoped so. But the Count had also asked her to lie to the Wraiths, so he needed her help. And now she needed his, but not Victoria's. This was putting herself in harm's way. Victoria, dressed in the fashionable wide pants, reminiscent of a skirt, and a blouse, walked through the gate, which was open, and onto the pathway up toward the front door. Nadia could hear the clacking of her heels even up under the roof where she sat. When her friend reached the door, she locked herself in. Interesting. If Victoria had a key, things had to be getting serious between her and Elisatra. Why didn't she just move forward? These things seemed too straightforward for Nadia, who had not grown up at court but among the Wraiths. You acted, or you died. Simple as that. Even in lesser, non-life-threatening situations. Act or leave it be. But Victoria had grown up at court in a lesser family, and she'd been raised to rise. Nevertheless, Nadia noted the animated gestures of their hands as Elisatra came to meet her at the door, no doubt drawn by the sound of it opening. He wasn't happy about her coming there either. Good. That meant he cared. These thoughts fluttered around in the forefront of Nadia's mind, but her deeper thoughts were dormant, her mind at rest. If she wanted to, she could fully go under and withdraw from the physical world, but a shadow, a mere flicker of something dark against the side of the townhouse, took hold of her attention instead. She kept still, not letting the sight cause her to rouse from her calm state. Though most supernatural creatures had common traits, both strengths and weaknesses, there were differences. She didn't yet know the extent of Varric's sensory abilities. They could be strong too, except he was so new to the vampiric life he might not yet have learned to master it all. But Nadia couldn't take that chance. She had no doubt she was seeing Elisatra's son, despite him only appearing as a shadow on the side of the house. There was a small balcony 3 stories up, and she saw the creature move up the wall with more grace than she could ever dream of herself. Vampires could not fly, but they didn't adhere to the rules of gravity like everyone else had to. Nadia didn't wait until he reached the balcony. Certain her target was on the move and within reach, she breathed out and brought her full consciousness back, her heart speeding up its beats. She quickly climbed down the way she had mapped out the first time she came up here and ran across the street. There was no way she could approach silently now. She envied the werewolf she'd killed near Jade Mansion, but his magic of silence was both unknown and broken. Things happened fast inside the Count's house. Nadia could hear raised voices when she ran through the gate. She kept a hand on the hilt of her sword to run with no interruption. Of course, Varric had to show his face just when Victoria arrived. A thought struck Nadia. Had he followed her here? It didn't matter. It was happening now. The door was closed and locked, which was a sound thing for Elisatra and Victoria to have done, given the circumstances. Unfortunately, Nadia didn't have time for that. She ran for the nearest flower bed, picked up a sizable rock, and threw it at the narrow window next to the door. The crash of breaking glass only elevated the shouts inside. Nadia drew her sword and used the pommel to hack away at the remaining sharp glass edges. The window was placed far enough away for a burglar not to reach the lock, but it was also just wide enough for Nadia to squeeze through sideways. When inside, she made a light jump to be out of the spray of glass shards on the floor. It was no secret anymore that she had come inside, but she didn't need to signal her every move. "Who is that?" She heard a male voice, not the Count, shouting. It had to be Varric. The shout came from upstairs. 1 floor only, she thought. She was light on her feet when she ran up the wide and elaborately decorated stairs from the foyer. "I don't," Elisatra uttered. "I don't know." "Liar!" Varric yelled at his father's failed attempt at the lie. The shouting was good for Nadia, though. She ran through a hallway, letting the sound of their agitated voices guide her. "Did you call the police? On me? How could you, Dad?" Varric, don't you see?" "See what?" Varric asked, and then Nadia walked inside the room. "No," he blurted in absolute horror. You called the Wraiths on me? Varric was as she remembered him from the shade, lean yet muscled, young and with dark hair with soft curls in it. Now that she could see his face properly, she saw the resemblance between father and son too, yet despite the supernatural strength that now rested in Varric's blood, he looked like a young and frightened version of his father. They were all standing inside a large parlor, elegant and cream-colored furniture taking up most of the space. Elisatra and son were standing with a large table and a dainty-looking sofa between them, the Count also standing in front of Victoria, likely having pushed her behind him. The act was noble, but a vampire could be so fast it wouldn't help if Varric wanted to take her out first. Victoria sent a look of relief Nadia's way when she entered, but she couldn't reciprocate even though she was relieved to see her friend relatively safe. "Varric, son, listen to me," Elisatra began, hands up in a placating gesture. I can't believe you. You want to kill me?" "No, of course not, There was genuine despair in the man's voice, but Nadia had no time for this. She needed to act, and the more the vamp was shocked and upset, unaware of his surroundings, the better. "The easiest way to do this is if you come with me," she told Varric and stalked around the sofa set. She didn't want to do this in front of his father, but if given no choice, she would. Shattering Elisatra's heart was still better than letting anyone else die. "Get away from me!" Varric yelled. Nadia didn't blink. She had heard worse from the undead. "Come," she said. "You don't want your dad to see this." "I don't want to be part of it at all," he shouted and grabbed the nearest thing, a large painted vase, and threw it at her. Nadia ducked to the side, and it crashed to the floor behind her. She didn't take her eyes off Varric. His desperation and fear were a danger to everyone in the room. Another vase flew her way. Nadia swung her sword and struck it mid-air. It fell to the floor and broke apart completely. "Stop it, Varric! Please!" Elisatra shouted somewhere to her side. "Armin, don't!" came Victoria's voice. Nadia heard the rustle of clothes. Victoria was likely holding him back. Nadia closed in on the young vamp. He was stronger than he knew himself. He reached for a nearby upholstered chair, lifted it, and threw it at Nadia to stave her off. She saw it coming and quickly jumped over the back of the nearest sofa. The chair flew past and crashed into a large porcelain cabinet so hard it broke the doors and toppled the whole thing over, the contents spilling onto the floor. Nadia jumped forward, landing with ease. One more step and she was within Varric's reach. He was still eyeing the damage he'd done with wide eyes. Nadia moved in for a cut against his throat with a flick of her wrist. That was when the vampire truly shone through. His reaction was otherworldly, his eyes snapping to her so fast she wouldn't have seen it had she blinked. His whole body twisted back and her blade missed his throat by a mere centimeter. A hiss escaped him, and she saw his teeth change, the fangs emerging, the pointed teeth around them. He paled too, but not to the extent that vampires usually did. Instead of the waxy pallor, only his eyes turned blue. The rest... It was like there wasn't time. "By the spirits!" Elisatra uttered somewhere in the room. Nadia was confused, but not enough to stop her attack. She swung the sword back in the same motion, the tip rasping into his skin, drawing a thin strip of blood from his neck. Varric hissed in pain, his vampiric face unforgiving. He drew back. Silver hurt vampires too, but not like it hurt werewolves. No, it was a stake through the heart or cutting their heads off that did them in. Fire or tainted blood would work too, but wasn't as quick. Certainly not as certain. "Listen to me, Varric," she warned. "There's no point to this." Varric was not listening. Trapped between her and a corner of the parlor, he was desperate, and desperation sometimes got people somewhere. Nadia advanced, relentless in her mission to stop him. She slashed with her sword, but his newfound speed had him dodge, just barely. He was reacting on instinct now. Nadia made a feint, seemingly going for his head. Varric ducked, twisted, and reached for her wrist. He snagged one and pulled her close. He was so focused on her sword hand, he didn't notice her left hand was already at the hilt of her dagger. By the time she would have slammed against him, she pulled back and shoved the dagger, blade first, against his chest. His instinct and her conscience saved him. The vampire in him twisted at the last second. The human in him cried out in a heartbreaking keen at the pain. Nadia blinked and missed her chance. Vampires didn't sound like that. Varric slammed his hand forward, hitting her square in the chest. She flew backward and collided with the back of the sofa. She heard a scream. Victoria! Then she saw the shadow of Varric jumping over her, much longer and higher than any human could. Nadia pushed the pain aside and got up, sword still in one hand, the dagger in the other. "No!" Elisatra yelled. Nadia got her head over the couch and saw Varric approaching his father and Victoria. "I can't believe you tried to have me killed," Varric screamed at his father, who was desperately trying to keep Victoria behind him. They were both clutching at each other, not used to this sort of thing. His son's features were twisted into a mask of grim death, and he clutched at his chest, his hand bloody. "This is what you were planning all along, isn't it?" He took a step toward them and raised his free hand. Nadia popped up from behind the sofa without thinking and threw the dagger. It flew right between them like the warning that it was and hit the wall. Varric whipped around, seeing her jumping over the piece of furniture. He grimaced and then glanced at the door. "Varric!" Nadia yelled, but to no avail. He bolted for the door and vanished into the hallway. "Nadia!" Victoria said, but Nadia didn't stop. She could see they were physically unharmed. Instead, she spared a fraction of a second to yank her dagger out of the wall before she ran after the vamp. He was not only scared and angry now, he was wounded too, and a wounded vamp on the run was bad. Neither Nadia nor Varric cared about sound. Their feet hit the floor hard as they ran. She heard him grunt in pain, yet his strength allowed him to rip open the locked door. The wood and metal creaked and splintered when she reached the stairs. She ran down, jumping over several steps at a time. Varric glanced over his shoulder and then ran out, slamming the broken door behind him. It only sprang open again, and Nadia ran outside after him with no hindrance. But the darkened city at nighttime was a vampire's friend when in need. Nadia saw movement out on the street. She pressed on and ran down the pathway and through the gate. By the time she ran into the street, she only saw him as a shadow further down, and then he was gone. Nadia drew a breath and squared her shoulders. She glanced down at the dagger in her hand. 5 centimeters of the blade was covered in Varric's blood. She'd wounded him badly. Had he been fully human, then he would not even be standing, let alone running so fast. His superhuman speed was not something she could keep up with, but staring at the dagger, she was sure she knew where he was going. "Nadia." She turned to see Victoria and the Count by the gate, both of them staring at her in confused shock. "Go inside," she ordered them and pointed at the house with her sword. "I'm sorry, Nadia," Victoria began, likely addressing the fact that she was even here. Nadia knew why she was there. Her concern for Elisatra had driven her so close to danger. "I didn't mean to." "It doesn't matter now. Go inside, barricade that door, and call for a car. Get to the palace. You'll be safe there." Victoria nodded. "All right. Come, Armin." She gently pulled at his arm, but he was staring at Nadia. "What will you do?" "I have to go after him. He's wounded. He needs blood to heal." "Oh," the man gasped and shook his head in despair. "How will you find him?" Nadia inhaled deeply, allowing her body the air it so sorely needed after this ordeal. Where to find a wounded, scared, inexperienced vamp with one safe and easy food source? "He's going Earthside for his kill," she told the distraught father. "I'm going after him to stop him. Chapter 13. Fallen Oaks looked as idyllic and quaint as it had the first time she'd set foot there. It was nearing dark, and a quick peek at the clock on the wall inside an open liquor store told her it wasn't too late at night. There were fewer people about, but the town was far from quiet. Nadia had a fresher trail of blood to follow this time. She'd known before she went through the veil that Varric had come here. She'd smelled not only the scent of the drops of blood he left behind, but also his general scent now that she'd spent a few minutes in the same room with him. The lack of magic and supernatural forces had weighed her down as usual when she'd arrived, but the Wraiths had trained her for this. Her added strength and heightened senses were all well and fine, but she would never truly be lost without them. The Queen's Wraiths had taught her to survive in any realm, especially Earth. The place was so void of magic that most from other realms deemed the few crumbs that remained non-existent. But it was a marvelous place, Nadia thought as she passed by people who weren't in the least worried about a vampire roaming their streets, not at all believing in such things. Of course, they had enough dangers that weren't supernatural. And wonders, too. Nadia's brother had been smitten with Earthside technology since he was a boy, and was now working as a computer analyst. Nadia had seen his various computers, and they made the few they had in the cube look like overgrown scrap heaps. Electricity was a hassle in magical societies, and magic had to be utilized to a great extent to make it work. In an underground city like Agartha, it was a necessity. Despite the dark, lights came at Nadia from every side, making it easier for her to track Varric. With the drops of blood drying fast in the warm weather, she couldn't smell them like she could back home. But seeing them had the same effect. Nadia followed his trail through the little town of Fallen Oaks and to the local hospital. She paused for a second at the sight of the gray and white building. Had he truly come here to find his next victim? Was he after someone in their sickbed? Vampires detested tainted blood, but not every sick person had that. Many of them were weak and particularly defenseless, though. Nadia pressed her lips together in disgust and focused on the trail of blood again. He'd been bleeding badly to leave one all this way. The drops occurred with a few meters between them. Not enough to alert any Earthsiders, but Nadia knew what to look for. The amount was unusual for vamps, though. Usually they healed fast, but not this one. There had been something off about his vampiric appearance back in his father's house, too. It was like he hadn't changed form completely. It didn't matter, though. He was still killing people to feed. That made him exactly like other vampires. And it didn't matter that he was feeding on Earthside humans. Since he was an Agarthan vamp, he was the Wraiths' responsibility. The trail did not lead inside the main entrance of the hospital, nor did it lead in past the ambulances at the ER. Instead, Nadia followed his trail around almost the entire building before being led to what appeared to be a back door or an entrance less inclined to invite the public in, at least. Nadia sidled closer to have a look. There were few people around. The ones closest were over at the car park, heading to or from their vehicles. The door posed a problem. It was a wide metal door locked with an electronic system. A keypad was mounted on the wall next to it. There was no way for her to break in here. Even if she had been in possession of a magic spell to open such a lock, it wouldn't work in this realm anyway. She considered the nearest windows, but saw the ones on ground level were embedded with a metal mesh to avoid exactly that. Besides, Earthsiders were always quick to call the police. Such confrontations were best avoided. A click from the door had her turn back to it, and then slink into the shadows near a door further down from it. "Man, that's the sickest thing I've ever seen," a man said, sounding excited. He emerged from behind the door, wearing blue scrubs. A nurse, maybe? Nadia had, as any bolt, studied Earthside cultures, but she was far from an expert. She knew what she needed to survive here. Mostly that meant defending herself, and she felt her hackles raising now when she saw who followed behind the nurse, who he was letting outside from the security-heavy interiors of the hospital. Varric. "Hey, you need to keep that concealed, by the way," the nurse told him. Nadia noticed there was something in his hands. Something dark inside a bag. Something... She took a step forward in surprise. Those were blood bags. "You can't go running around letting everyone see that. It will be traced back to me. Do you know how few have access to the donated blood?" "Varric!" Nadia snapped at the vamp and strode forth toward them. "What? Oh," he blurted at the sight of her and slinked back. "Hey," the nurse said with a lopsided smile, mistaking their words for some kind of greeting. "A goth chick. You all are really into this, huh?" "You're coming with me, Varric," Nadia said, ignoring the nurse. "She has the same weird accent you do. Where did you say you were from again?" "Stay away from me," Varric said, and pushed past the nurse, oblivious to his chatter now. The man was shoved into the door he was holding up, and Varric jumped over his legs as he slumped down. Nadia ran after him, past the confused nurse who shouted something unintelligible after them. Varric headed straight for the parking lot and didn't bother running around and between the vehicles. His newfound vampiric agility, though suppressed in this realm, let him jump up on one of them with sleek grace. Someone nearby yelled in anger at the sight of their car being treated this way, but Nadia was undeterred, and jumped up on one too. She would not lose Varric this time, and ran over it and jumped onto the next, and the next. It wasn't hard to guess where he was going. He was moving straight for the trees at the end of the parking lot. Unlike in Agartha, though, he didn't have the regular speed of a vampire. Nadia's only focus was on his figure moving up and down on the cars in front of her. The already diminished wolf in her was weakened here, almost dormant, but unlike Varric, she was trained for it. When he jumped off the last car and vanished between the trees, she was close enough to act. She reached under her coat and drew the silver blade knife. Even while moving, her aim was true. She threw it at him, and a split second later, a hiss of pain reached her ears. She crashed in between the trees herself and saw him stumbling forward, twitching, reaching desperately for the knife which stuck out of the flesh beneath his right shoulder. "Varric!" she shouted in warning, but he was desperate to escape and in agony from the silver burning inside his body. Nadia drew her dagger, her last blade, what with her sword hidden away near the gateway, and approached fast but with caution. That saved her from a deep silver scratch. Varric, panicking, yanked the blade out of his back in desperation, a howl of pain escaping him. Then he swung the knife in the same movement, almost slicing across Nadia's face with the poisonous metal. She leaped back and ducked under his return slash. She could see his fangs had protruded, but other than that, no more could be seen of the true vampire within him. There wasn't enough magic Earthside to allow for a full and true transformation. That didn't mean he wasn't dangerous. Nadia twisted and bent as he snapped his jaws at her. She'd never encountered a vamp intending to bite her as a fighting technique before, but his feral and untrained moves were no less a threat. She slashed at his leg, and the dagger bit into his skin. Varric cried out in shock and twitched, opening himself up for more. Nadia didn't hesitate. She lunged for his heart, the blade of her dagger about to strike through his chest, but the preternatural beast inside him reacted, and his hand blocked her last second. The blade pushed through his hand. His cry of pain and shock went to the background for her when she noticed the bags of blood drop from his grasp. She yanked her blade loose and snatched the bags from the ground. "No!" Varric shouted through his pain. He reached for them with desperate and unstable hands, but Nadia was faster, rolling backward, out of his reach. She got to her feet and continued her elegant glide around him, keeping the bags away from him now that she saw his frantic need for them. "Don't take that!" His crazed eyes were glued to the bags in her hand. With her far above average sense of smell, Even in this realm, she could smell the blood within. So could he. If she'd had more than a split second to think about it, it would have struck her as odd that he was so set on the bags and not her, a living, breathing blood source. But she didn't. Instead, she raised the bags and, slightly theatrically, her dagger too, like she was about to slice open the plastic. Varric roared in panic and pounced in a frenzied attack to save his precious blood. Nadia flicked her hand with the blood to the side, catching his full attention. With a quick step back to avoid a full-on collision, she punched his face with the pommel of her dagger. He grunted in surprise as his head whipped up and he had no chance to react before she bent and shoved her elbow into his chest. Varric fell hard on his back. Nadia jumped forward and landed on his stomach, placing one knee in the middle of it for good measure. She punched him again, the pommel of the dagger taking the brunt of it from her side. Varric was dazed and wheezing, and she raised the weapon, blade down this time, to finish the job. "No!" the vamp somehow shouted. He raised his hands, but it didn't matter. Nadia thrust the dagger down for the kill and... "I'm not a vampire!" The blade dug into his skin, and something in Nadia made her try to halt. Varric screamed in pain and fear. The blade scraped deep along his chest before Nadia could stop. Varric pushed her hand and the lethal weapon away, almost toppling her off him. She kept her balance, her confusion not able to rattle her completely. "Please," he whispered a moment later when they stared into each other's eyes, breathing hard. Then Nadia snapped out of it. She brought the dagger to his throat so fast it took him a second to register it was there. "Please, I'm not a vampire. Don't kill me." She glanced down at his wounds. The ones cut with her dagger, not the silver blade, weren't healing all that fast. In fact, they weren't healing at all. How was that? Vampires healed quickly, like werewolves. It was why one needed to kill them fast. She looked into his eyes again. He'd given up now, completely at her and her dagger's mercy. "I'm not a vampire," he persisted, his voice pained from more than the injuries she'd inflicted upon him. The image of him changing back at his father's townhouse flickered before her mind. Something was different with him. But he reacted to Silver with pain. Even now she saw him try to lift his pained shoulder off the ground. Silver poisoned vampiric blood. Something didn't make sense with Varric. "So help me, I will cut your head off, vamp," she snarled at him and pressed the edge of the dagger against the sensitive skin of his throat. The added press of a falling feather would draw blood. "What do you mean?" She didn't... He stuttered and licked his lips nervously. "She didn't turn me." "You're not making sense." "When she turned me, I killed her. She didn't finish what she started." Nadia loosened the hold she had on him, slowly and without thinking. She knew better than to trust a vamp, and somehow that was exactly what she found herself doing. "I'm not a vampire," he repeated. "Not truly." Chapter 14. The Earthside sirens died down the moment Nadia stepped through the veil, the shimmering magic engulfing her while she was still strapping on her sword. She'd taken her time to retrieve it from the hiding place in the forest. Someone had called the police after seeing her chase down Varric, but the cars couldn't access the woods, and the police hadn't followed on foot. "Oh, I hate this," Varric said, emerging behind her. He looked shook up from the violence, wounds, sirens and all, but the moment the shade and its torment hit him, he winced and looked like he wanted to go back Earthside. Vampires were usually better than this at handling the psychological pain. There truly was something different about him, something almost human. "Explain yourself," she demanded of him. "I will, I swear," he said, and raised the bag of blood he'd been holding on to the whole way. The plastic looked thick, but he ripped open a corner like it was nothing. Almost human, yes. Nadia would not forget that. The proof was even clearer when Varric gulped down the red contents of the bag right there in front of her. He was too desperate to care. The sight was revolting, but wraiths seldom turned away from the grotesque, no matter how much they wanted to. Neither did Nadia. She steeled herself and watched him, noting how his wounds now healed in front of her. Back in Agartha, his vampiric traits were strengthened again, and with the added human blood, his body could handle the wounds. "All right," he said, and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Then he became self-conscious, noticing her assessing eyes on him. He lowered the bag and then simply dropped it to the ground. He truly was a most curious creature. "Come," Nadia ordered and nodded sideways in the direction of the city. Varric dipped his chin in surrender and then stepped in beside her and caught up to her brisk pace. It was all Quiana's fault. "Your maker." "Yes." "You know?" "Oh, my father. He knew of your relationship. If that's what you want to call it. I was so enamored with her. You should have seen her. She was so beautiful. Vamps usually are. It's part of their allure." Many an unsuspecting human had been taken in by the beauty of the deadly creatures before being brutally fed upon and murdered. "I understand that now," Varric said with exasperation in his voice. "I knew it before, too. Every Agarthan does. But when they set their sights on you, it's so tempting and flattering." Exactly. Nadia kept her face neutral. There was no point in hammering in that fact. Varric, unfortunately, had learned this too late, and he had learned the hard way. "So, you fell for her." "I did," he confirmed. "I'm not proud of it. Not now. I didn't care before. She was the smartest person I've ever known, and she cared about me." No, she didn't. Vamps cared about themselves and no one else. They barely even cared about other vamps. Varric shook his head, and his steps faltered a little, kicking up sand. The shade was difficult for him. "No, I know that now. I was head over heels smitten. She probably looked at me like a puppy she didn't just want to kill." "So, she planned to turn you?" Despite his explanation and willingly coming along, Nadia did not let him go with her eyes. Unlike him, she would never trust his kind. Still, she scanned the barren wasteland around them, but could neither see nor hear anyone nearby. Only the broken-down houses of the shade greeted them where they walked. "I think she planned it, yes. She never said. I never asked. I thought we were in love. By the spirits, I'm so stupid." He smacked the flat of his hand to his forehead for emphasis. Nadia had no doubt he meant it. She did too, but she also felt a pang of sympathy. Wraiths weren't supposed to do that. Like the torment of the shade, she forced that annoyance back and focused on his tale with a cool and detached mind. "You're not the first to do something stupid for love, and you won't be the last. I didn't think Wraiths even knew what love is. You're all so—" He stopped himself and looked like the 19-year-old he truly was. "Disciplined?" Nadia suggested. "Cold. She pressed her lips together, offering him a level look. Varric cleared his throat. Anyway, I even snuck Quiana into the palace." "I know. Your father knew too." He disapproved. Varric's voice tightened at the mention of Count Elisatra. "As any parent should," Nadia said, with a bit more conviction than necessary bleeding into her voice. This was not what she wished for her child. "Maybe if he'd tried to stop me? Would you have listened?" No." The young vampire blushed at the admission. Nadia had never seen such a thing from a vamp before. "Besides," she went on, trying not to focus on the reddened cheeks of the beast at her side, "how do you know he didn't? He sure is trying to stop me now, he muttered sullenly and kicked a pebble on the ground. It flew through the air and smacked into the side of a caved-in stone house. What happened when Quiana turned you? Nadia asked. Varric stopped abruptly, like the memory was too much. Nadia glanced over toward the city which loomed outside the shade but decided to wait. She merely stared beyond the vamp until he began telling her what had happened that night. She never gave me a warning. One minute, we were asleep in bed together. The next, I awoke with her teeth sinking into my neck. It hurt. Anyone who thinks getting bitten and then having your blood sucked out is a turn-on has to be without pain sensors. And brain cells. I cried out in pain, but she wouldn't stop. I flailed around, trying to fight her off. I thought she was going to kill me, and I was getting weaker. Then, when I was almost dead, she finally relented. Nadia nodded. This was how vampires went about it. They needed to bring their victims to the brink of death, and then give them back their blood, mixed with the supernatural vampiric blood of their new masters. Varric shuddered at the memory. I was scared to death. Literally. And still desperately moving, albeit slowly. She bit into her own wrist then and lowered it to my mouth. My body did two things then. I reacted to her proffered blood. I swallowed down some of it, some strength returning, my mind not comprehending what she was doing. But I also still thought I was being murdered, and my hand closed around a stake hidden among the pillows. A stake? Nadia had thought he'd done her in with a blade. Elisatra hadn't mentioned this, but he must have been behind it. I suppose my father did try to help a little, Varric conceded, revealing he knew his father hadn't been a non-caring parent. Quiana was distracted, completely absorbed in what she was doing. So you pushed the stake through her heart? Nadia asked. He nodded. She screamed then, but it happened fast. She burned to ashes right in front of me. Yes, Nadia had seen the proof of that. And the vampiric blood you swallowed down? It wasn't a lot. Her wrist was ripped from my lips the moment I staked her. I don't know how much is needed to turn someone properly, but this wasn't enough. I don't think vampires are supposed to walk around in the sunshine or need normal food, he added in a bewildered tone of voice. Nadia narrowed her eyes. They're not. Varric threw his hands up in desperation. I can't believe it. She ruined my life and turned me into this weak, unheard-of half-breed vamp. He scoffed and then seemed to deflate. But that word, half-breed, let that little ember of sympathy, tucked away in the back of Nadia's mind, begin to smolder again. I think the term is daywalker, she explained to him. She didn't need to do that. She needed to kill him. Or did she? Maybe the Wraiths could be persuaded to let him be now that she had seen evidence he'd not killed anyone. He'd been buying blood Earthside, illegally, but still. The blood trail she'd discovered that first day she'd chased him had been because of his sloppiness as a newly made vampire desperately drinking down the nourishment he needed the most. Varric confirmed her suspicions when she asked, I do need the blood, but the cravings aren't that bad. I get by on regular food most of the time. He scoffed at his own words. This situation is such a mess. Maybe not. There are worse things than being a half-breed, Varric. I would know. You? What are you? A daywalker too? The Wraiths would never allow that. But I suppose your question answers mine. You can't sense my werewolf blood. You truly are a half-breed. Werewolf, he said, and took a step back. Doesn't that mean we're supposed to be mortal enemies? For the first time in his company, Nadia gave a tight-lipped smile. She couldn't quell her sympathy for him. I am a Wraith first and foremost. Feuds are not how we operate." "No," he agreed, giving her a worried look. "Killing is, though. Only of those who break the Queen's law." "But I didn't." "I know." She held up a hand to silence him. It worked like a charm. "But I have never heard of a Wraith order of arrest or death being cancelled. If you are seen as a danger, then for all intents and purposes you are. So, you're bringing me back to them?" He bent his head. "I made a promise to your father that I would stop you." Varric looked up. "You did?" "At that point, I thought you had murdered an Earthside human. All I could promise him was to make it quick. It broke his heart, but he couldn't live with you murdering innocent people. Now, I see things are not what I thought." Varric looked to the city waiting for them outside the shade. "So, where exactly are you taking me?" Nadia paused. She didn't know. She had brought him back here to avoid the Earthside police. Whatever Varric's crimes, he needed to pay for them here. But when there were no crimes, she had her duty as a Wraith. That had always been both easy and difficult to adhere to. Nadia prided herself in her work for the Queen's Guard. She had always been a loyal Wraith. And now, she was constantly lying to them about Darrow and her connection to him. About her daughter, and now, about Varric? But Victoria had asked her, caring for the young vamp's father. And Victoria was the only person who could ask that of Nadia. "We are going to leave the shade and then separate," she said, thinking it through while she talked. "You will return to your father's townhouse and wait there." "What? I can't go there. He sent a Wraith, you, to kill me. He hates me." "Your father loves you more than anything, which is why he pleaded with me to spare your life. I was the one who couldn't give him that. All I could promise was to make it quick, that you shouldn't suffer. And that was because Victoria asked me to help. If not, I would have cut out your heart back in Fallen Oaks." "Victoria?" he repeated. "I didn't think she cared." "She cares about your father, which means she cares about you too. Do not underestimate her kindness, despite her sharp tongue." Varric blinked, then shook his head, trying to wrap his brain around everything. "But what am I supposed to do? Live with the vamps in the city?" "No, they will eat a weakling like you alive. Or worse." "There's something worse than that?" "They will exploit your daywalking abilities. That is what troubles me the most." "Not the fact that you just announced you were a beat away from cutting out someone's heart?" Nadia ignored him. "That is the strongest argument for the Wraiths to not rescind the order to kill you. Think of the damage the vamps at Nightworth could have you do. People would disappear, unsuspecting of vamps in daylight." I suppose you're right." "I am. So return to your father's townhouse and wait for me there." He nodded, completely at her mercy, like he'd been since she'd beaten him back in Fallen Oaks. He didn't have it in him to flee. He had too much to lose in the form of his father, and simply nothing to run toward. Nadia instructed him on where to cross the border without being seen by any of the shield Wraiths. Even they couldn't be everywhere, and though Varric lacked the strength of most vampires, he could move quietly and unseen. Nadia crossed at the nearest checkpoint and headed straight for the cube. She needed to get a hold of Victoria, so she could in turn alert Elisatra. "Hey, Nadia," Cade, a bolt who often manned the front desk, said when she walked in the massive doors. "Did you get your target?" he asked. Nadia hesitated. She'd been so preoccupied with the events of the night that she hadn't anticipated this minor obstacle. A young bolt boy asking a completely normal question inside the cube. Had she killed the vamp she was sent after? It was her duty to do so. She was a shadow Wraith. a high honor for the most trusted and capable Wraiths. Yes. The word slipped out too easily for her liking. Her lie of having a child was not something she'd ever had to utter. No one knew, so she had never been asked. But ever since Darrow had returned to Agartha, lies had spilled from her mouth far too often. Once was too much, and yet she kept doing it. Great, Cade said, reaching for the large, leather-bound book where all intakes and cases were registered. What's the case number again? No need, Nadia hastened to say. I'll have Chronicler do it. I need a word with him anyway. Oh, all right, the bolt said, but Nadia didn't stick around to explain. She headed into the common areas, her stomach in a knot. She'd just lied again. She wasn't here to talk to Harmiston at all. The less he knew, the better, and he already knew too much. She needed to find Victoria, and now she needed to find Harmiston too. If the case wasn't updated in the database, then someone would ask pervasive questions, which would mean more lies. Nadia stopped near a wall, out of everyone's way, and simply drew a deep breath, exhaling slowly to calm her mind. No one had forced her to get involved on a personal level. Victoria had asked, and Nadia could never blame her for that. It was her own fault she'd said yes and ended up not following an order. But she knew what it was like to be a half-breed, and she could see the desperation in Varric. Her daughter was a 3/4 werewolf. She would most likely be able to shift into her werewolf form. What if something scary like that happened to her, and no one was there to help? Nell had Nikolai, though. Varric had a wraith that was supposed to kill him. Nadia touched the wall, the granite cold against the flat of her hand. This was why wraiths never got personally involved. It blurred the lines and made taking out their targets more difficult than it had to be. But she was already invested. She knew that. And if this had been her child, she would have been eternally grateful if someone stepped up and helped Nell if Nadia herself couldn't. Nadia peeled herself off the wall with re-strengthened purpose and knew what to do. There was no going back, but unlike Varric, she knew how to move forward. Chapter 15. The door to Harmiston's lab inside the cube's library was open, as usual. "Harmiston!" she greeted him when it was clear he hadn't heard her. He stood bent over one workstation, examining something closely. At the sound of her voice, though, he jumped up and tried holding on to something colorful while simultaneously turning toward Nadia. Whatever he'd been working on twisted and fell from his grasp. Nadia noticed the lizard shape right before it hit the floor. "No!" Harmiston blurted. The lizard exploded into a myriad of colors which splurged everywhere around him, filling the area with what appeared to be pink and glittery bubbles. Harmiston started coughing and waving his arms, but Nadia looked down and saw that the one lizard had separated into at least 20 smaller versions of itself. The tiny creatures scattered around Harmiston's feet and then ran for it. "Oh no!" he shouted, having trouble seeing through the bubbly magic. Then he sighed and lowered his shoulders in defeat. "Oh no," he repeated, a lot calmer now. "What's happening?" Nadia asked, considering whether to step on a lizard that ran past her left foot. She let it be. This magic seemed more of an annoyance than a threat. Then she looked up at him and forgot what she was about to say. Harmiston stood in a fading glow of magic, lighting him up from all angles, and Nadia, a woman of few words at normal times, found herself tongue-tied. His handsome face lit up with confusion and mirth as he tried waving away the floating mess. Nadia caught her breath. This was not what she'd expected. The cube was full of people like herself, dark and demure, not this happy and brilliant man whom she was too aware of everything about him, from the way he moved, talked. Oh dear. Are you all right?" Nadia startled at his question and focused on him. focused in an indifferent way, like any wraith should. Yes. What happened? This? He indicated the room with a wave. No. I meant the tiny scrape on your left hand, she quipped, and then immediately shut up. What was happening to her? Harmiston looked at his hand and then threw his head back and laughed. Nadia stared in open confusion, and then had to suppress the twitches of her treacherous lips. It's an Agartha lizard, Harmiston explained when calm enough to talk. Shield Corrin confiscated it off a rogue in the shade, and I wanted to have a look. I mean, it's magical, so I figured it might have some practical use. It's harmless. Mostly... He looked around at the fading bubbles and light and the floor, which was empty of any Agartha lizards. At least I think so, and now they're on the run in a library. Oh no. Nadia couldn't help a smile then. The man looked so forlorn and intrigued by this mysterious creature there was no avoiding it. Harmiston noticed and met her with a warmer version of his easy smile. So, did you find Varric? He asked, before she could deliver her message and leave. Yes. It's done. Will you put it on the docket? She turned toward the door. She needed him to ask no questions, so she could lie as little as possible. Hey, wait, he said behind her, and she heard him come closer. I need to, she faltered, but he reached her and placed his hand on her upper arm, gently turning her toward him. Are you all right? I know this wasn't a... He broke off and let go of her to close the door so no one could overhear. Nadia looked down at her arm. Why did it feel like it was burning hot where he'd touched her? She wasn't a fool, but for anyone except her, this wouldn't matter. Any kind of entanglement with someone within the cube was a danger for her. For Nell. Secrets were best avoided for a reason. I know it wasn't a normal case. That must have been difficult. Nadia nodded. What else could she do? I need to get Victoria. She's in the palace. Could we take the underground passageway? Sure. I wouldn't mind seeing you in civvies again, he said, his smile back before it vanished and his brows creased. But it's quicker to send a bolt to get her. It is? Yes. For me, at least. I'm Chronicler, remember? No one bats an eye if I do that. Like Victoria, I talk to many people both here and in the palace. I hadn't thought of that, she admitted, fully aware of how close he was now. This was not good. She was trying desperately to keep him at bay, but it wasn't working in the physical sense. And worst of all, she wasn't sure she wanted it to. But, thank you, she said, hopefully sounding as neutral as the disciplined wraith she was. But the concern on Harmiston's face indicated he wouldn't forget this case so fast. She needed him to not think much of it. He knew she had been sent to kill Varric. He didn't need to consider any other outcome. Harmiston opened his mouth to say something, likely ask a detailed question that would require her to lie more. She didn't want that. I have something I thought maybe you could look at, she heard herself say, while reaching into her coat pocket. You do? Here. She handed him the broken amulet she'd lifted off the now dead werewolf near Jade Mansion. I found this on the job. Well, it was a lesser lie, wasn't it? I thought maybe you would know what it is. And maybe it would distract him, though she didn't add that. Harmiston took it from her, the tips of his fingers brushing her skin as he did so. He didn't seem to notice because his attention was all focused on the broken amulet. And that was better than him focusing on Varric's case and her role in it. Wow. Looks like some variant of Uridella. Nadia shrugged. Means nothing to me. Have fun with it, she added, and opened the door and walked out while he wasn't paying attention. He began. but her abrupt exit stopped him from holding her back with his usual flow of words. "I'll wait for Victoria in the mess hall," she called back over her shoulder. "Oh, all right," came his voice drifting after her. Did he sound disappointed? She shook her head. It didn't matter. "I'll get right on that then," he added. Yes, she thought. He did sound disappointed. She just didn't know what to do with it other than walk away. "When will the rain ease?" Count Elisatra asked for the second time. 5 minutes now, Armin," Victoria answered him with patience and walked up to him and held his hand for comfort. They were back in Stonewater Mansion, in the same living room where Nadia had first tried to subdue Varric. The furniture was back in place, something Nadia and Victoria had taken care of while father and son had talked quietly after Nadia had told them all what needed to happen now. No matter how much Varric and his father wanted it to be different, Varric's life as a human was over, and therefore he no longer had that life. His undead state could never be reversed, no matter how botched Quiana's turning of him had been. "You'd think now would be the perfect time to enter the shade unseen," Elisatra went on. "I already told you," Nadia said, and left it at that. She stood leaning against the wall while waiting, next to a window. It was dark outside, despite it being early by now. The city's mages had scheduled rain for this morning. Though the magical sky above the underground city reflected the weather up on the surface, rain couldn't be reflected. The mages had to divert water and have it rain down upon the city, so it was scheduled to the minute. The rain would clean the buildings and streets of the city and fall over the farmers' fields and trickle into the soil. It was a soothing sound to listen to as the downpour came outside, but it made it hard to see. This was why many, like the Count, thought this would be a good time to enter the shade for nefarious reasons. And it was why the Wraiths always manned the border with extra shields during the rain. It was easier getting spotted now than at regular times. "I think I'm ready," Varric said, walking into the room. He had a satchel slung over his shoulder and had changed out of his bloodied clothes from before. Physically, he looked better, but his youthful face couldn't hide his fears. It only amplified it. The normal vampiric arrogance and sense of superiority had not been instilled in him when he'd been turned. Nadia walked away from the window and came closer. "You have everything you need?" "Yes." "Because I will not be doing this more than once." She had no intention of running back and forth for him, bringing him things he needed. She gave the Count a look that left no doubt of it. He nodded and reached for a backpack he'd put on the sofa earlier and handed it to his son. "This is all the Earthside money I could get on such short notice. It should keep you with a roof over your head for a good while. I'll send more when I've had some time to make the exchanges." "Thanks," Varric said and took it. He looked sheepishly at them all. "So, I guess this is it then?" "Are you sure about this?" Elisatra asked Nadia. He looked less forlorn, but he worried for his son. That was the only reason Nadia didn't say, "I already told you," again. Magic and the supernatural hardly exists Earthside. Going there weakens every one of us. Varric is a daywalker, and a weak one at that, which is good. I saw him change, and only his fangs remain there. If he can survive on food and little blood here, he is better off there. "I already have a source for what little blood I need," Varric chimed in. "I'm sure I can get more. I don't want to kill anyone." "I know you don't, son." Victoria pulled Nadia aside so father and son could have their goodbye in relative peace. "Thanks, Nad. Don't worry about it." "But I do. I know you had to lie to help them, and I want you to know how grateful I am." She bent her head, and a few strands of her coiffed hair fell forward. "I know how hard that is for you." "It doesn't matter," Nadia told her with a glance toward father and son who embraced, thankfully not for the last time. "It's the right thing to do. He doesn't deserve to die. He did nothing wrong. But do me a favor, yes? Victoria followed her line of sight as the two men let go of each other. Open your eyes, Victoria, and be happy. Victoria's eyes widened, and she was about to say something, but then she smiled instead and nodded. The sound of the rain drumming against the roof subsided, and Nadia indicated the door. Ready? She asked Varric, who hefted his backpack and nodded. Then let's get you out of here and on to your new, undead life. Chapter 16. The 5 skulls carved from stone glared down at Nadia as much as Nerys himself did. His vampiric court was filled with his underlings, every one of them staring at her like she was a sheep among a pack of hungry wolves. It was all familiar, and she had taken her precautions before returning to Nightworth to honor her deal with the vampire leader. Nerys sat on his throne, but, unlike last time, he now seemed attentive and interested in what news she had come to deliver. His large, muscular form sat leaning forward, thick forearms resting on his thighs, his dark brown eyes on her. You came back fast, Shadow. Nadia, being in a state of complete control of her body's pulse and breathing, avoided a smug shrug that wanted out. Wraiths work fast, she said evenly instead. There was no room for quips either. There never should be for wraiths. You should all know that, she added innocently, because somehow she couldn't help it. These creatures should fear the wraiths. It took so little for them to overstep and kill. Nerys narrowed his eyes. I take it you found the rogue, then? Of course. And? The vampire in question has been staked and dusted. A whisper flew through the little crowd gathered in front of the throne, and currently behind and to the side of Nadia. She didn't like it, but had to rely on the vamps' need to heed the Queen's law. They wouldn't attack. Most likely. Nerys straightened up and placed his large hands on the armrests of the throne. The light inside the vaulted room was grayish now, so close to dawn with no natural light coming in. The surrounding audience, all probably longed to go to their daytime slumber and not think of vampire slaying. It was a stark reminder to know that undead did not mean immortal. Not truly. Where? In the shade. That was a lie. But her heart beat slowly and steadily. Her blood pressure remained even. Her skin was dry and her face a blank mask. There was nothing the beasts around her could pick up on to doubt her. They knew what she was doing, of course. Every wraith who set foot in this complex did the same thing. But she also, to the vampire's knowledge, had no need to lie. She was simply doing her job like any wraith would. Who was it? The vampire leader asked. A vampire named Quiana. Nerys looked surprised for a moment. Unlike Nadia, he didn't bother keeping his body in check and controlling his every move. A small twitch to his eyes revealed this. Quiana? That is what she claimed her name was before the end. Normally, I wouldn't care, but you insisted on knowing. Nerys looked around at his underlings, an eyebrow raised. I haven't seen her in days, one of them volunteered. Others joined in. Of course they hadn't. She'd been killed by the desperate and terrified victim she'd wanted to turn. The least she could do was take the blame for the crime Nadia had initially accused Varric of. If not, everyone would start asking questions, but she thought she had it covered now. Only Victoria and Elisatra knew the whole truth, and she trusted Victoria without question. With Elisatra, she trusted his love for his son. Harmiston was kept at bay, the Wraiths knew nothing, and now the vampires were handled. When Nerys dismissed Nadia, she turned and walked through the crowd, forcing any kind of elation away. Not everyone was happy, but most were clueless, and Varric was alive and well back in Fallen Oaks, beginning a new life. She'd have to check up on him occasionally to make sure he kept to the straight and narrow, but besides that, nothing more needed to be done with this case. You must have had a few stressful days then, Shadow. A familiar voice sounded near her ear as a vamp glided closer and fell in beside her. She looked sideways. Casimir, was it? You remember me. Flattering, he said, his voice charming and polite, yet leaving her with the distinct sensation he didn't mean it. The elegantly dressed vamp gave a quick nod to the vamp escorting her out, and she disappeared into the shadows. If you're here about Quiana, Nadia began, thinking it best to keep to her one and only known case in the city that had anything to do with vampires. She broke the Queen's law and had to pay the price. I could not care less, the vamp said, adjusting the lapels of his immaculate suit. I am simply curious about Wraith customs. Customs? Perhaps rules is a better word. All right. You have until I walk out the front door and into the oncoming sunlight. Casimir smiled. His eyes did not. I believe a werewolf was killed in my neighborhood a few days ago. Do you? And this would worry a vampire because? Nadia did not know what he wanted, but knew instinctively that this was not random. He wanted to ask her specifically about this. What did he know? I like my neighborhood to be quiet and peaceful. I'm sure. There was a twitch to his lips at that. They entered the last hallway before the front doors appeared. A sole vamp stood guard there, and they stopped a few meters away. Of course, the underling could hear everything, but Casimir didn't seem to care, so neither did Nadia. The Wraiths never looked into it, he said. Is there a body? She asked, suspecting where this was going. Casimir turned and stared, but she knew he couldn't pick up anything from her. No, he was going on suspicions. No, somehow it has disappeared. Nadia gave a quick nod. So, Casimir, and probably Darrow, had made sure to have the body of the werewolf removed when it had been discovered he'd been killed. The neighbors had likely been paid to keep quiet if any of them had seen the body. But Nadia had covered her tracks well. Unless they utilized Earthside forensic measures, they wouldn't be able to pin it on her. Not for certain. They could only guess, but that was dangerous enough. Well then, she said. There isn't much the Wraiths can do on the hunch of a vampire. No. Casimir smiled then, a handsome smile that would have melted an unsuspecting person. All Nadia could imagine were the hidden fangs of the monster underneath. She faced the dangerous beauty head-on. Besides, she added, and took a step toward him, I thought vamps didn't lament the deaths of werewolves, or want them to walk freely in their neighborhoods. She thought of Darrow living in Jade Mansion, and the property and nearby streets being guarded by werewolves. In fact, wares and vamps under the same roof are bound to cause friction, no? She simply couldn't help herself, so she glanced up, indicating the roof above the two of them. Casimir scoffed softly through a tight-pressed smile. It may be a recipe made for disaster, he agreed, but I often find that results get much better when one strays from accepted formulas. Nadia nodded, her face blank, revealing nothing. Was he saying what she thought? Had he turned Darrow? Was this the vamp that had ruined his life forever? It couldn't be. Why would he remain by his side and not rip Casimir's heart out instead? There had to be something else. I'm sure you do, she murmured politely, and then pointedly eyed the door. And a vamp reporting a werewolf death to the Wraiths would certainly fall outside the norm. But you are of course welcome too, like any other Agarthan citizen, she said, returning to the relatively safe topic of Wraith justice. Of course, he agreed, and then, like the nearby guard, stepped back to avoid the intrusive sunlight as Nadia opened the front door and went outside, relieved to escape their thinly veiled conversation. Chapter 17. Nadia's heart was beating a calm rhythm when she walked back to the cube. It was early morning, but the sun was up now, promising hours of safety from the creatures of the night to every Agarthan. She breathed in the air and felt a sense of accomplishment. She'd gotten through this, the lies and the manipulations to save a life, but she couldn't regret it. Not even her encounters with both Casimir and Darrow. She had no idea what they were up to, but she knew she was forever linked to Darrow and that Casimir suspected her of getting close. But she couldn't have done anything different in her life so far, leading up to this. That would have meant no Nell, and despite them having to live apart, Nadia's life was all the better for her daughter existing. Of that, she would never have any doubt. A familiar form caught her eye when she neared the cube. Victoria, dressed in a flowery sundress, ran carefully down the front steps toward a waiting car. Her heels slowed her down, but did not prevent her from reaching her goal. Count Elisatra waiting outside in a large gray car. Nadia stopped and watched, curious as to their plans, especially outside the cube and not the palace. But when her friend greeted the Count with a genuine kiss for all to see, she couldn't help smiling. It seemed Victoria had finally made a choice. Wraiths were raised to act on facts and logical assessments. Emotional decisions were usually not all that useful. But in this instance, Nadia wholeheartedly approved of her friend letting her emotions rule her judgment. For all their rules of never marrying, no Wraith based any romantic liaison on anything but emotion and attraction. It was the only time such things mattered. "Come on, Helmer," an annoyed woman said right next to Nadia, when her little boy halted, staring up at Nadia with wide eyes. He'd likely never seen a Wraith smile before. Nadia quickly plastered a blank mask on her face and nodded serenely when the mother apologized for her son's staring. "No dawdling," she added to her boy, who gave up and was pulled away. Nadia watched as Victoria and Elisatra broke apart and got in the car. Then she began walking onward, not wanting to disturb whatever outing they had planned for the day. And it was looking to be a great day, weather-wise. Nadia sidled up the wide stairs toward the entrance of the cube, and then on a rare whim, at least regarding anything idle, chose a spot high up and to the side, and simply sat down on the steps. There she sat quietly watching the comings and goings of the Wraiths, the occasional civilian, and the people bustling about on the street. The city smelled a little fresher after last night's rain, and it seemed the mages had even thrown in a pleasant breeze today, too. "Don't think I've seen you take a break before," came Harmiston's voice after about 10 minutes of this. Since she was seated in front of the cube, on her safe home turf, she had paid little attention to the people around her beyond watching them lazily. She hadn't heard him approach, but she knew his voice now and was not surprised to find him standing 2 steps above her, looking at her with a curious smile. "Everyone needs a break." "Yes," he agreed, and jumped down the steps and sat next to her. He wore his usual blues and greens, a thin gray jacket on now that he was outside. The sun lit up his blonde hair and illuminated those friendly yet alert blue eyes. "Everyone does. But I kind of thought you were always moving." She shrugged lightly. "Going home?" "Yes, across the street." "Really?" Nadia looked at the apartment buildings across from the cube. She knew many of the civilians from the palace lived there. She'd just never thought about the few from the cube. "Makes the commute easy, especially when you pull an all-nighter, and let's face it, that's the norm with the Wraiths, right? I'm assuming you're on your way in?" She nodded. "Had to tie up loose ends at Nightworth." "Ugh, I don't envy you." He stretched his legs out and leaned back, placing his hands on a step behind him. "So, I take it Varric is a day walker, then?" he asked casually. At least he tried to sound that way. Nadia's heart rate sped up a little. She was not in her meditative state now, and too alert anyway to the man sitting companionably next to her. She glanced around, but the stairs were empty at that moment, likely why he was asking now. "How do you figure?" Victoria was just in the library, ordering books about the lack of magic Earthside, and she was on her way to a date with Count Elisatra, a strange and hardly romantic topic to discuss. Nadia sighed inaudibly, at least to the quick-thinking chronicler. That explained Victoria meeting the Count here instead of at the palace. They couldn't use the palatial library for this. No attention could be drawn to Varric's new existence as a vamp, especially a daywalker. But of course Elisatra wanted to know about the new conditions that would curb Varric's vampiric traits. "There's also the fact that Varric killed his maker," Harmiston went on before she could reply. "Most vamps rely completely on their makers for a long time after being turned." He had a point there. And if Casimir had turned Darrow, was he still dependent on the older vamp? Maybe there was a way to turn Darrow away from him? To make him leave? Then all the noise about Tricandis could die down, and everything would go back to the way it had been for 9 years. "Don't worry," Harmiston said, compassion in his eyes. "I won't tell anyone." He must have picked up on her concern about Darrow and Casimir and mistaken it for fear of him. But she found, sitting there next to him, that she did not fear Harmiston going against her. "Good," she simply said. "I take it he's safe and sound somewhere Earthside, then?" he asked. The front door to the cube opened and a group of 4 shields walked out, so she nodded her silent answer. Harmiston looked at her closely then, with no embarrassment in doing so. She knew she was under scrutiny, but not exactly what kind. She suspected he was trying to ascertain her motives in helping someone she was supposed to kill. But then he simply smiled again and looked down at the street. "There's more to you than meets the eyes, isn't there?" she said. A warm and soft laugh escaped him. "Calling me ugly, are you? Or incredibly handsome and thereby also incredibly intelligent?" He flashed her a dazzling smile. No. He didn't look too bad at all, she thought, and for once did not chastise herself for noticing. "Anyway," he waved his joke off, "I'm glad I bumped into you because I have something for you." "You do?" No one ever did, except for the smiths in the armory from time to time. There was nothing else she ever needed. Harmiston reached into his pants pocket and retrieved something small, hidden in the palm of his hand. He kept it there while 2 shields came up and walked inside, piquing her curiosity for the 15 seconds it took. When they were alone again, he handed it to her, opening his hand. The amulet lay there, the turquoise light shimmering as the tiny lizard within shifted and curled up a little. Nadia met his gaze. "Is that why I didn't hear your approach?" He nodded and indicated she should take the amulet. "So, you fixed it?" "How?" "It wasn't hard. The magic wasn't broken. I just needed to remove the broken glass and replace it without disturbing the Anemoy newt within, or the other embedded magic." "Sounds difficult enough if you ask me. I don't know how to wield magic." Nadia had been trained in fighting it, and sensing it to some degree, but not creating it. No magic needed to fix it, thankfully. Only some tiny tools and some patience. Anyway, I thought you might need it. "Wait, you're giving it back to me?" "Yes." "But it belongs in the Wraiths' collection." "Maybe, but the Wraiths never use these things. And something tells me you might have use for it, Nadia. It can mask any sound you make." The look he gave her then was both telling and slightly worried. He didn't know everything, but he seemed to have picked up on some things, like the fact that she was willing to do certain things that were not approved by the Queen's Wraiths. "Please take it," he said. Nadia thought about it. The best thing was to say no, but with her ex and his vamp ally roaming the city, She knew Harmiston was more right than he was aware of. She might need it, and soon. "All right," she agreed and pocketed it. "Thank you." "Great," he said, and sat up straight. "And on that note, I am starving for a decent breakfast." He got up and stretched like someone who'd been up all night would. "Want to come?" Nadia hesitated. This was not a good idea. "Don't worry," he said with his easy smile. "It's not a date. I know Wraiths aren't into that. Besides, we can talk about how you use that thing. People will get suspicious if they never hear you coming." Nadia glanced over at the front doors. He was right. She needed to be able to turn the amulet on and off, or someone in there would catch on fast. And if it wasn't a date, but just two colleagues sharing a meal, then what was the harm? "Well," she said, and considered it a beat longer. But she knew her emotions impeded facts and logical thinking here. She simply wanted to go with him and eat breakfast. So, despite knowing the cautious answer, she got up and nodded at him anyway. Why not? This has been Blood Hunt, Book 2 in the Queen's Wraith series, written by G.K. Lund, copyright 2022 by G.K. Lund. Audiobook production copyright 2025 by G.K. Lund. If you want to be notified of other audiobooks by G.K. Lund, remember to click subscribe. That way you won't miss new additions to this YouTube catalog.